Machine of violence upon the YouTube world. Crush the weak between the jaws of industry, the gnawing pustules of progress.
At Planet Fitness.
Shut up, Planet Fitness. No one gives a crap. Violence upon the YouTube world. Crush the weak between the jaws of... Okay, we sound good. Let us check if all the stream upgrades I've been doing are worth it. Yeah, so we got a new microphone. Been working on some streaming stuff with the new microphone, and that's good. But then I was noticing that the video OBS kept disconnecting. So because it kept disconnecting, I had to lower the bit rate so it would be more stable. And then doing that made it all fuzzy again. So I raised the bit rate again a little bit, but it still was kind of fuzzy, and I wasn't happy with that. Because on my screen, it's super clean, and then on the stream, it's not super clean. It's like a little fuzzy, a little weird. So, did some playing around with settings to try and get it nice and crisp, and then I ended up having to upgrade my internet to like double the price. But we did need that extra speed to get the bit rate up. So now, see how that looks for live stream peoples. Zooming on the skeletons, me. Waiting on the delay. Okay, they look pretty good. I'm waiting for the point where I currently am, and I'm paused. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, looking at my right screen has the stream on it. My left screen has my base game. It's a little crisper, just a teeny amount crisper on my left screen, but it's pretty good. Pretty good on the right screen. It's probably the best the stream has looked in a long time, so hopefully that's good enough for people. Also, that enables 1440 resolution by 60 frames, so I don't know, try that if you want. I can't guarantee it'll stick around. This is our first longer live stream testing out how stable that's going to be. If I get a bunch of OBS or YouTube issues where they send me notifications like, your bitrate is too high, we're crashing under the pressure, I might have to lower it. We'll find out. But yeah, with the improved internet speed, we should be able to handle this bitrate, and it should be nice and pretty. Boom, boom. So yeah, hopefully it looks nice and crisp for you people. Hopefully the audio is still good. Let's listen in again. You're gonna hear me repeating myself. We're crashing under the pressure. I might have to lower it. We'll find out. But yeah, mic sounds fine. Sounds about how I normally do. The only thing left I'm working on for the microphone, I think, is how to stop it from peaking occasionally. But if you sit too far away, it gets very tinny. So there's kind of somewhere where I have to put my head to be like perfect distance and then just stay there, which is not something I do. I lean back a lot in my streams or lean forward when something exciting is happening. And that's not amazing for audio quality. So we'll work on it. So enough of that testing stuff. What's going on today, friends? We have, in fact, a thing. We have our third and final best Warlord qualifier. You might be like, I thought there were 4 spots. You're stupid. I mean, yeah. Our qualifier number 4 has been going on for the whole month. It's scheduled as you can. And this is the third and final single day, everybody plays in the same day qualifier. So we have 30 people signed up, only 20 are checked in. We'll see how many more check in the next 4 minutes. Everything will be best of 3 land battles. Leave you on the bracket for a second. Some other people are in a different tournament today, so we're trying to be as accommodating to them as possible. But we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. We'll be as accommodating as possible. 20 people signed up. We have 3 minutes left, so I should post this stream exists. I'm just going to have you guys on my Discord screen so that there's something in front of you going on. Lion announcements. about 20 to 25 people about to try and queue land battles on the bot. If you aren't in this tournament, maybe consider not queuing for like 15 minutes until the rush calms down. If you are in the tournament, consider messaging your opponent first, establishing contact, then queue for best chance of avoiding others. Boom. We're using our best of 3 Vermin League bot, which if you don't know what that is, it now supports conquest, domination, and land battles. It's just a bot that matches you with other players who are looking for the same game mode you are. You play by tournament rules, which in land battles is like don't forest camp, don't white line camp, and always be attacking somewhere. Conquest, there are no rules, but just Vermin League limits, which limits some of the more bullshit units. Like, let's see, is that a conquest game? Yeah, it's a conquest game. So, Empire Engineers, Wrath Mongers limited to 1. Demon and Dragon Slayers are limited to 1. Tomb King Cats are limited to 2 instead of 3. Demons of Chaos can only bring 2 Seekers. Piggyback Riders are limited to 3. The Thunder Tusk is banned, so like some kind of bullshit units get taken out by our limits. We do have current standings for land battles and conquest. We do have current dom standings for domination. That only went live like last week, so we're still getting people. So honestly, 18 people having played their 5 placement games in the last week is pretty impressive. Good job, domination. It is too late to sign up for our Season 7 playoffs, but if you want to get in on Season 8, then you do have to play on the ladder and get ranked, and then we can invite you to playoffs. This year, we have 5 different brackets where you're bracketed with people of your relative same skill rank, right? So like Graciers are the best of the best. Jepardu is apparently hosting Chieftains. That's the second best factions, all the way down to Skaven Slave. And there's some prizes. For my Graciers, you can either get a $50 Steam gift card or a piece of art commissioned through Rider of Rohan. Each tier has different prizes, so it's fun. It's a good time. If you ever get sick of just grinding the quick battle ladder, feel free to come join us. But I have stalled as long as I need to because it is 1 o'clock. That means it's tournament time. 22 checked in. Process check-in results. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to shuffle 3 times in front of you fine people so everyone knows I'm not cheating. Boom. 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 And now there's some people I know that need a buy round. Olaf needed one and he naturally landed on 1. I don't remember if anybody else asked me for a buy round at this moment. Sipa did, but then he had to drop from this tournament. Ash maybe needed one, but he fell out of that other tournament, so he's ready. And Gotrek needed one, and Gotrek naturally has one, so nice. The 2 people that I still need to get buy rounds for actually just got them on their own. You'll love to see it. And I have to fight Blood Penguin, which is fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see if we can avoid any same faction sniping. So RTK and RTK, I'm just going to move Ash forward 1. That's criminal. That's messed up. You can't have Berserk and Alfredino in round 1. That's actually horrendous. You know what? You know what? You know what? I refuse to allow it. I refuse to allow Berserk and Alfredino to fight each other in round 1. I will take the hit. I'll take the hit. I'll swap out with one of them so that they can possibly meet in finals, because that is criminal to have the 2 best players in round 1. That will not be allowed. So Berserk can fight Blood Penguin. I'll take on Alfredino. I'll lose for the great cause, but I can't let that happen. Round 1 off stream. That's some bullshit. If Destiny wants these 2 to fight each other, Destiny can bring them to the finals. I refuse to let this happen. All right, cool. Starts the tournament. Okay. Was messaging me here. Kill Sunset has his own stream going on right now. That is just classic him. Okay, I have to fight Alfred. How does ELO work? If you beat someone who's higher ranked than you, you get more points. If you beat someone who's lower ranked than you, you get less, based on an equation. I gotta go find Alfred. All right. I messaged Alfred. We're gonna get into a game. We're gonna do this. We're gonna win. We're gonna beat Alfredino's bottom. What's the tier list looking like? What tier list? What happened? Maybe a limiter option for the auto software? I have one. Do you think I just need to increase it further? Let's see if I can move my filters during a stream. Limiter threshold is if it lowers. Lowering the threshold? Yes, lowering the threshold lowers my volume. So then, what about there? There. Nope, still hitting the red a little bit. There. Yeah, still hitting the red. There. We'll try that. That limiter might be not strong enough. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. There. The limiter is now twice as strong as it was. Alfredino's trolling the shit out of me right now. There, we got him. Alfred just kept typing the incorrect command. Okay, let's go find him, huh? Enough of this fooling around. Blocker up, because I will be trying my best, even though there's not a lot of hope of me winning. But I've taken a game or two off Alfredino in my time, so I just need to do that again, but twice in a row. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. His lobby's name is Human Boy is great, so that's good. What do we have? Global Band, Demons of Chaos, and Dwarves. And Dwarves! I'm suspicious from how Alfredino was typing that he hasn't used our bot since Phoenix King upgraded it to have global bans featured in the bot itself. So I'm going to message him and ask if he wants to global ban any faction, because each player is allowed 2, and you tell the bot ahead of time. So everything you get into, you'll have those factions banned. But if he hasn't used it since then, he might be used to just typing global bans to your opponent. They are just in the bot now, but you can type them here if you wish. I banned Doc Dowie. There we go. Oh, Alfred. Alfredinho. Is my tea drinkable? Ooh, it's cinnamon tea. Oh, I'm excited. Mmm. Mmm. It's a little warm. It's a little warm. Mr. Casual member for 8 months. Ooh, fancy thing. What up, dude? Hey, Robert. How's it going? I'm catching up with chat now. Just some people saying hello. Audio stream quality solid. I'm going to turn the thing on, so I'm going to hear myself in a second. I want to hear how this limiter is if I'm too quiet. Mr. Casual member for 8 months. Ooh, fancy thing. What up, dude? Hey, Robert. How's it going? Okay. I don't know if the limiter made us too quiet. How about when we get in the Norska Army Guide? Soon. Soon. Not today, not tomorrow, not the next day, never, but soon. Is my mic working? Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Global ban, no. Shock. Global ban faction, global ban faction. He global bans nothing. What a chump. Okay, I'm player one? Oh, shit. No, I don't want to be player one. What's the map? Dostama Grounds? This is the map? And I have to be player one? This is some bull. This is some bull. All right. Greenskins, Skaven, and Ogres. Ban Ogres. Bahrain and I did record a Chaos Dwarf guide this morning. That was fun. That was neat. Greenskin, Skaven, and Ogres ban Ogres. There's some other factions I kind of wanted to be playing today, but this map is medium-sized and it has trees in the middle, which can make shooting pretty hard. So I want to take 2 melee rush factions, and then Skaven I just take as a comfort pick, as my first pick, and then people usually throw a ban at it. So they have to ban Skaven or Ogres. He goes Vampire Coast, ban Skaven. Okay. It's bad to be player one? No, not really. I just am scared. I am nervous, believe it or not. I've been streaming for a long time, but you always get some nerves when you have to play on stream. All right, he goes Vampire Coast, ban Skaven. I'll do Greenskins. Yeah, I'll do Greenskins. Ogres can do okay into Vampire Coast. But I'm kind of a little scarred. I played it against Ash once recently where I like literally said, oh, it's not that bad. And then I got slammed really badly. Like really badly. So yeah. And then the DLC came out. So maybe the DLC has made it better, but I haven't played it since I got my ass completely handed to me. So maybe I'll stick with Greenskins. Just a little more comfortable. Yeah. But no, to answer your question, no. It's not bad to pick first. I'm just nervous. As is my birthright. So... Codex, you got this, human boy. If I can take in a game off Alfredino, you absolutely can as well. Thanks, Codex. Thanks, buddy. The hardest is always the Lord choice. Lord choice is quite difficult. What about you, my pretty? No. Okay, this is probably actually the best. This one. Get this. Get this. And it's okay. Take Wurzag and Dance of Death. You don't have to do this. You don't have this. Let's go, Alfred. Thanks, Chosen One. Thanks. Thanks for believing. What up, Adelma? How you doing? How you doing? I like it's a long-standing meme that I lose in my own tournaments round one. And then this tournament, I am definitely losing round one. Like, for sure. Okay. Let's grab some of those. But what about the bombers? What about the bombmen? That is a good question. What about the bombmen? I have those. Those are nice. These are neat. Lots of good things. If this what I currently have behind the blocker works, I'm gonna look like such a fool. Because people will be like, you said, and then I'll be like, nah, can't prove it. Didn't say anything. I need 500 gold back to make that work. Do I just skip it? Maybe we just skip it. Or we get rid of one of those. It did feel a little aggressive anyway, to be honest. What if he goes actually just double giant crab? Alfredino's done that to me before. Not memeing, he's actually done that, and that was rather annoying. Hey McRightface. Thanks for giving 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, sir. Deal with the bombers as greenskins is to be into them. That feels like a really expensive spell for a cheap unit. I like my current build versus a lot of stuff. The only thing I'm realizing is this build automatically loses to double rotting Leviathan, so I need to rethink for a second. Are Black Orcs worth it? Maybe. Are spinning loons worth it? No, because he's just gonna bomb them and then they'll instantly die. Okay, so I can cut those. That'll give me some money back to get something anti-rotting Promethean. That could be anti-rotting Promethean. He could also... Okay, I'm not gonna take him. So I was looking at a giant and I was like, hold on, a giant could be good. Then I remembered, you know, pistols, hand cannons, handgunners, a lot of things that just kill my giant. So taking a large monster versus the Vampire Coast doesn't seem like a good idea. Could do this. Okay. Yeah, that can handle... I can probably handle Leviathan. Probably. He's ready, so I need to hurry up, but, shiz. 580. Could get another one of these then. Yeah, okay, then 30 gold. How do I get a chevron? Boom, that's fine. He's the regular Vampire Coast. That means I have to go the Bloody Hands, because I took Wurzag, and I deserve to have my flag. Wurzag! Okay. My build is still a little weak to double rotting Leviathan, because a lot of my armor piercing comes from my 2 Black Orcs. But, we'll see. We'll see. We have some archers that can do a little damage to rotting Leviathans, and I grabbed, the Swamp Fangs, the ROR River Trolls. And they can surround a Rotting Leviathan and do a lot of good damage to it, and then their terror makes them resistant to terror routing off away from it. It's not great, but it is what it is. I think if he goes double Rotting Leviathan, he'll have such a narrow build that I'm hoping my infantry can clear his quickly, and then the late game will just be 2 Rotting Leviathans just stuck in infantry and dying. And the river trolls, and then I have 2 orc boar chariots. Hopefully those are enough to just hold it in infantry that I give Warzag buffs to. Can I join the best Warlord Qualifier 4? That one is already ongoing, good sir. That one is already ongoing. So this build is much better if his build is larger. Enemy troop count is 1,600 troops, so that looks pretty good for what I was planning. We do have 2 goblins, just regular old goblins, because they're going to get hit with blasting charges or bombs or whatever, I guess. 4 savage orcs for the real meat and potatoes of this front line, 550 gold apiece, but they do have frenzy and a crazy amount of damage. Warzag nearby can also give them Fists of Gork, but I'm going to probably say Fists of Gork for late game. Black orcs will need it with their unstoppable choppas versus Lamper's Revenge. I'm going to pop Unstoppable Choppas pretty much as soon as the battle starts because nothing on the Vampire Coast has melee attack I care about. So I think the 50% extra damage across the board is just going to be better for me. Did take 3 Orc R boys. These guys are relatively cheap and chipper. 500 gold for a kind of tanky unit that Bomber Bats don't have the best time dealing with. We have the River Trolls we mentioned. We have 2 Orc Boar Chariots. I've taken Orc Boar Boys and Orc Boar Boy Biggins in this matchup before, and it just didn't really work out. Like, they're terrible at clearing out infantry, and especially 400 gold Unbreakable Halberd infantry, and then they get shot. And then even versus crabs, if you get them versus crabs, which is like, in your mind, it's armor-piercing anti-large versus armored crabs, you'll do great. But the shotgun crabs just outstat them a lot of the time and still beat them up because like 3 or 4 boar boys will get in contact with the first couple crabs and all of the crabs will aim their shotguns straight at your boar's face and shoot them. So it's not as much about the melee fight. It's more like, you know, the ranged damage really whittles down your guys. Alfredino says, good luck, have fun. I'm busy getting my units into place. I'm going to give my Black Orcs their own control group so that I can easily grab them and do Unstoppable Choppas. He is going to try and Bomber Bat Kite. Bombers, 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 bombers. And then mortars as well. I think he was expecting more than 3 archers from me. So in theory, this battle's already off to a good start. We've already caught him a little off guard from what he was expecting. Just a little bit. His bombers are going to kill my goblins. I need to mentally just like be okay with that. I need to not overprotect my goblins. Lamper's Revenge, mortars, handgunners. Okay, so our infantry push should be okay. His bombers will run out of ammo relatively quickly. And we can poke at him with archers. Shoot that one that we netted. All the melee units keep moving forward. Black Orcs keep moving forward. I'm just going to give Black Orcs attack orders because they're so slow. I really don't want to forget them again. Warzag's net has worn off. Our Orc R boy is getting a couple shots in. So we only took half HP off those bats, which is pretty dispiriting. I did want a lot more out of them, unfortunately. But it is what it is, I suppose. And move our chariots up so we don't forget those. Ruglin's Armored Orcs. The Orc R boys continue moving forward. I guess having attack orders onto those bomber bats isn't the worst thing in the world. Squigs need to just hang out for a second and wait. Again, we're losing some goblins. That's to be expected with how much ranged pressure he has. I need to just keep my cool and not overextend for that. I don't know why my Savage Orcs are getting netted. That's not cool. And if you're like, they're not actually netted, yeah, I meant more of the concept that they're all standing still like idiots for no reason. That's kind of more of my issue here. Okay. So we have various forms of idiocy going on. I don't know why a lot of my units are stopping and staring at things, but they are, and that's not good. Okay, let's go get the squigs in, I suppose. I know they're charging without infantry, but there's not a lot of infantry left already. to charge with, so that's problematic. As the bomber bats are doing a lot of damage. Mostly it's due to my archers being janky as hell, that even when I give them nets, they just kind of stand around and stare at the ceiling. Not ideal. Brain Burster to try and help get through that front line even faster. Archers still poking away at those guys. And this boar chariot, these boar chariots, I should say, need to pass through. Alfred's already moving his Lamper's Venge over here to stop me. Isn't ideal. We're trying to get through the front line. Give our Black Orcs extra stats just to try and get through even faster. Chariots, don't let yourself get caught up in those crabs. We have archers still trying to pick off the bats. Wow, my chariots got stuck immediately and killed by the crabs, which is not great. First Waz out, we're already horrendously behind as his handgunners killed off my river trolls. God, I don't know what was going on with my infantry, but they were in this bog and they just like flat out couldn't move. And then I netted his bomber bats right in front of my archers, and the archers just missed or didn't fire for a long time. So I guess that's what you get for counting on ranged units for anything, but then that doesn't explain my infantry just dying in the bog and not moving at all. My savage, like, if you remember, my savage orcs hit right here and then just kind of wandered around in circles doing nothing, so that's pretty dispiriting. At this point, it's over. I just have taken way too much damage and too little's going on. That was very annoying and upsetting. The bomber bats did okay. He apparently had night terrors somewhere that he didn't even need, but it was just horrendous. I know I said it before, but I was kind of just rambling. My end assessment is randomly netting his bats in front of archers was apparently a mistake because the archers just missed every shot and did nothing because they suck. Okay, that's cool. And then my units all just getting netted in the bog by nothing also was a huge problem. God, that's upsetting. I need to remember not to get frustrated that ranged units still suck horribly because nothing has happened. Like, I feel like every stream I send CA some examples of ranged units being terrible and being like, please fix ranged units. And then there obviously isn't a patch. And then I get on my next stream like, wow, ranged units are still terrible. And it's like, no, you need to remember nothing has happened. Like, there hasn't been a patch, so why would you expect them not to be terrible? All right. I sent that replay into CA and I said, watch the bomber bat right away. Please buff ranged units. And then Alfred's also just memeing on me, which is classic. By the build evaluation, was there really no chance to beat the 4 bat, which was like Alfred's every VP game? Maybe Chosen One, but I do think you're oversimplifying a little bit. The Bomber Bats don't actually have that much DPS. They've been nerfed heavily since Warhammer 2. The main problem was my guys just getting knocked over, I'm guessing, by the bombs, but it was weird how immobilized they were by the bombs. And then archers, like, again, I know I've mentioned it multiple times, but that was the crux of my plan, is like, I have a net, I have 3 archers. If a bomber comes up, I can just kill it. And then he'll have, out of his 4 bomber bats, he'll have 3. And then the next net, he'll have 2. But 2 archers shooting at a netted bat right in front of them, and they didn't even do half its HP, that is abysmally terrible and unacceptable. And then from there, well, my whole plan's shot, right? But you also need to prepare for double rotting Leviathan. You also need to prepare for a mass infantry wide box. You also need to prepare for Morgul and Crab Rush. So it is difficult to just be like, well, you should have prepared for more bats. GG. It's like, okay, but if you take 12 archers, one, with the current state of archers, apparently, they probably still wouldn't even kill the 4 bats. But memes and saltiness aside, you'd still just, okay, what about 2 rotting Leviathans? 12 archers with not a lot of armor piercing isn't going to do jack shit against that. What about Morgul and rotting Leviathan, rotting Promethean Rush? 12 archers ain't going to do shit against that. So it's like, you know, at some point you have to pick a build against what you suspect you can and hope for the best. And it's like, oh, okay. Archers don't do very much versus bats. Well, there was All Might counter bat. Then he just has free air access and you can kill everything. Got it. Also, I don't know what happened to my Orc Boar Chariot on the left, but if you saw it, if you're paying attention, my Orc Boar Chariot got literally deleted. I don't know what the fuck that was about, by the way. Alfredina's going Empire, Wood Elves, and Nurgle ban something. That creepy reading, what's this? Warhammer 3 multiplayer. He banned Ogre Kingdoms. Empire, Wood Elves, Nurgle ban Ogres. If the map's open, I can take some Skaven here. Gorgazon, is that the one I think it is? Yeah, this one's okay for Skaven. Empire's pretty terrible. So go Skaven, ban Empire. Because I don't feel like dealing with Elspeth today. Elspeth and 4 Pistoliers, as Alfredino so loves to take. Queen Bess and 4 Bloats. There it is, Romulan Dog. That's the obvious one. That's the obvious build. All right, we'll see what he does. Versus Skaven, he now has Nurgle or Wood Elves. I'm guessing he'll go Wood Elves, but he might go Nurgle. I have a decent anti-Nurgle build, so we'll see. I feel like the way a lot of people play Skaven, Nurgle's very strong into them, but I don't know. We'll see if he just assumes I'm going to play it how normally everybody plays it. We'll see. He's going Wood Elves. Hovering Wood Elves for now. All right, he goes Wood Elves. Neat. Okay. Wood Elves, Patut Elves. Forza Alfred. So there's a lot of ways to play this as both factions, but I'm gonna guess. Alfred's either gonna Waywatcher kite me or he's gonna mass vanguard a bunch of cavalry, or kind of a mix of both. So counter kite and counter cav. I've tried to counter rush Wood Elves before. It doesn't usually go well. Is there a way for a janky hijack Gyrocopter for the gobos. I don't know if we need more aerial skirmish in the game. Aerial skirmish is kind of the bane of my existence right now. Alfred's go-to build here seems to be Durthu for those 950 anti-stock. Wait, 950 stock anti-infantry units. I don't know what those are. Wildwood Rangers, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. We do need something to stop Durthu. Put Durthu in his place. This has be... What up, Phoenix King? What up, dude? He's already ready, so why don't we just hurry on up? Hurry on up. Okay, so we have our Lord. So that really, just having our Lord really covers a lot of ground. I feel like we have everything we need already. Because we have our Lord. So, I mean, you're set. You're good to go. Okay. But what if having a Lord isn't enough? Well, then I say to you, shut up. So, we have our Lord. That's all we need. This right here is gonna be the best build you ever did see. Y'all are just haters. You don't know what's good. I know what's good. So shiz. This is so stupid. Get fucked, you what else? Alright. This will be fun. Whatever. If I lose, I lose, but I'm going out in a blaze of glory. How's my thumbnail performing? Slightly below other ones. But that's kind of the... That's kind of the YouTube game with replays. Some replays take off, some don't for other reasons. Make sure to take Crushers. Oh, as Skaven into Wood Elves? Oh, Crushers are lit. Crushers are definitely very good. Blocker? Yeah. Good call. Alfredino needed a couple minutes to go somewhere, so he'll be back, I suppose. So, our build is very dumb. Ah, he only has 800 models. Okay, this might work. This might work. So he only has 800 models, which means our mass amount of ranged can maybe just kill everything. And I know I just said ranged units aren't performing well, but melee rushing with Skaven versus the Wood Elves has literally never worked for me. And there's just too many variables. So what we're going to do is we're going to just invest in as much mass destruction as possible, because like his build is very elite, whatever it is. So we'll do a lot of damage to it, kill off models quickly, and then force him to attrition with us, and he's not going to enjoy that whatsoever. I do have a rattling gun to help protect my backline, because the suppression on it should make things nice and slow for night runners and my limited 2 rat ogres to get good fights. And in late game, it can kind of deal with Durthu. Meanwhile, our front line is just going to be minimal. It's just random Skaven slaves, but he only took 800 models, and usually the Wood Elves don't have a front line in this matchup that matters. They're either going to Waywatcher kite you, or they're going to use Durthu and a bunch of Cav and shit like that, but it's never like Dryads are that important or anything, so we have 4 globes for them. Am I on low ground or something? I feel like the... Oh my god, the map is sloping away from me. This is cringe. How? What? My warp lightning cannons can't see anything. Okay, all right, so we need to deploy these way up here apparently to see anything. That's horrendous. I'll have to move up the rest of my formation to match them. So So we'll do this right away. And then everything else have to move up. But this also sucks because the Wood Elves might mass Vanguard like right here. And then my Warp Lightning Cannons are going to be way too close. Oh, what is this map? Why do I have to deploy in a freaking ditch? I have to deploy in a stupid ditch. Okay, this is cursed. This is so cursed. No, if I could have deployed back here like I wanted to, I would have been fine. Damn it. Well, that's deeply upsetting. Consider me deeply upset. Okay, so we know he's gonna mass Vanguard deploy like right there. He's just gonna show up right here, and I'm already point blank range, which is unfortunate. In that case, we should probably have Rattling Guns right here to punish Durthu if he exists, and then I'll swap him out for a globe. So now we have 3 globes to shoot at Dryads and stuff on the front line, and then we have some globes positioned to deal with flankers. Flankers, clankers, tankers. At least it's a lore accurate ditch. Stupid ditch. Skaven advantage gets the home field advantage of low ground. God. I'm so pissed my Warp Lightning Cannons can't see anything. Alright. The Warp Lightning Cannon, we also have the Ikid Zap Zap. So we can disrupt Durthu's ability to cast spells. So we'll start off with selection 3. There's Durthu. Everybody else move forward. No one deployed behind us. So we'll move up. Globes are just going to throw at that. Globes retreat through here. Okay, so Skrulk using all of his spells on those Wild Riders did do a lot of damage to them. The triple Warp Lightning Cannons are taking down Durthu. We can do this! We can do this! Kill his ass! Also, are those sisters? Seriously? There we go. I was gonna say, are those sisters seriously not routing? Okay, we have these 2 back here to do some peeling. Durthu's getting very low. Just hang in there. Just hang on, boys! Just hang in there! Take out that big Durthu, bitch! Kill him! Kill him! Get the Thu! Get the Thu! Triple Warp Lightning Cannon! Yeah! Get him! Get him! Get his ass! Get him! Yes! That! Victory! Victory to Skaven! Yay! Skaven doing good! We killed him! Yeah, fuck you, Durthu! You stupid asshole! Skaven Blight's best commander! More Warp Lightning Cannons! We did it! Victory! Oh, that was too amusing. Rattling Guns got run over by something somewhere, but globes are a lot for the Wood Elf Cav to overcome. This build would have been terrible against Triple Way Watcher, but we just kind of had to send it and hope. Whew. Whew. Oh my god, my face hurts from laughing so much. heinous build roulette to be totally what? To be totally TBTW. I don't know what the W is, I think. Yeah. This would be good against a standard push. This would be good against mass Vanguard silliness. This would only be bad against Triple Way Watcher. And against Triple Way Watcher, it would be really bad. Really terrible. All right, we're on to game 3. Whew. Okay, we got a game. I honestly, I can lose happy now. I can lose happy. I took a game off Alfredino. That's a good day for me. Sword of Torgald is the last map. Ooh, not a good one for straight line of sight. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Dark Elves, Ogre Kingdoms, final game. Dark Elves have been really strong. I'm not the best Dark Elf player, but honestly, they're not that hard to play a certain style right now. Just running at them with Cold One Knights when Cold One Knights are crazy busted is not that hard to play out. I'm still terrible at Scourge Runner Kite. I'm still pretty bad at like Shade Kite and stuff, but that's not the main way to play Dark Elves right now, so I'm passable. Most likely I'm going to end up on Ogres, but we'll see. Might have an Ogre mirror match. He's going to ask for a rematch and run it back? No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Not after game 1. Game 1, he slapped me so hard. Game 2, just because I got it. Just because I got it back. It's already Ogre. Well, he's trying to go Demons of Chaos right now, and I'm informing him that they were global banned. And he's a silly potato. What's a French potato? A poutine. No, poutine isn't a potato. It's a potato-based dish, and I think it's out of Canada. Or is poutine French and it went over to French Canada? Poutine. Dark Elves Ogres. Dark Elves and Ogres. Patate. Got it. Alfredino trying to cheat. He is afraid. It's true. French fries? McRightface? That's the biggest brain answered. You both ban Demons of Chaos? It's a global ban applies to both players. So I banned Demons of Chaos and Dwarves, and he banned nothing. So, yeah. Yeah. He's still thinking. He doesn't want to get knocked out round 1 by some frickin' nobody. And by frickin', I mean to avoid the F word I told some viewers I would stop saying as much. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Because some people have kids, and they're like, I want to watch while my kid's asleep, and you screaming out the F word is not great. Tomb Kings. Okay. We can go Ogres here. Ogre Kings, we got this. We got this, son! Ogres. I am the best Ogre player versus the Tomb Kings that ever lived. Easy win. All day. Okay. Okay, calm down. So, the lay of the map is not the best. The lay of the land's not the best. but we'll do what we have to. We will get those wins. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Yo. Can grab those. And then what else do I have money for? I have a lot of money. Oh, no. No, this cannot be. We cannot have this much money left over. No. This must not stand. But where can I spend this money that I have so much of? What about you? I leave you with 4 hundo. You gross. You yucky. Okay, don't do that. Grab you. And then 2 of these. These are the 100 extra gold. I'm back to 900 gold. How did I get back to the exact same place I started? It hurts being this stupid. It hurts. I don't like being a big dum-dum, but sometimes I just am. Ooh, what about that? What about that? Or what about that? Stop clicking on the wrong units, you dumb asshole. Me, that's me. I'm the dumb asshole. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do this. This will be fine. No, I forgot my flag. I can't forget my flag. It's illegal. Bam. We got the flag. Thunder Tusk, rah Thunder. Thunder Tusk is banned from all of our events because it's OP. Got any theories on who the third faction will be for the Slaanesh DLC? It's obviously not Slaanesh. I think the Slaanesh DLC should probably be Slaanesh Dark Elves High Elves, but it might end up being Slaanesh Vampire Counts, and then the third faction is probably honestly still going to be High Elves. So that one might be High Elves, Slaanesh, and Vampire Counts. Might do Neferata. Neferata. I don't know very many Slaanesh characters, but there's that snake lady from Ind. They might do her. And then for the High Elves, I don't know how many legendary characters they even have. Like, they might build Alistair the White Lion into something more. They might do Finnebar. Not likely, but they might do Finnebar. The actual current Phoenix King. This used to be Tomb King's favored. It's kind of up in the air. Depending on who's playing what, Ogres win or Tomb Kings win a lot of the time. Like, you know, some people who are really good at Tomb Kings get a lot of wins on Tomb Kings. Some people are really good at Ogres, get a lot of wins on Ogres. So, I think it's kind of an even matchup in the end. But it depends a lot on your play. So, we'll see. We have more troops than them. Well, not more troops, sorry. They have more troops than us, so I don't know if they're going teeny tiny with double cats, but whatever. So, we do have Noblars. Noblars backed up by piggyback riders to try and churn through skeletons. I'm going to be rushing them, so I'll just advance on this side of the farmhouse and not really deal with getting my forces separated out, right? We have 2 lead belchers. Those are to shoot at skirmish cavalry in the early game, or in the late game to fire at Tomb Guard halberds or something if he has like a block or blob or something like that. But if he doesn't have great targets for us... Focus, focus, focus. Iron Guts need to go on the outside. There we go. If he doesn't have good targets for our lead belchers right away, then we'll have to just keep them safe until late game, and then they can just kill skeletons. It'll be fine. 2 blood vultures, decent at hunting down carrion, also just good at getting rear charges onto Sporkle Stalkers or something to stop them from shooting for a bit. And then we have Saber Tusk packs, which are just extra mass and high weapon strength to deal with kitty cats that are trying to come into my backline. If the cats come into my backline to try and do some harassment, just having enough mass to stop them is important. Another way to play this is a lot of crushers, but I'm not very good at playing with crushers. And also I feel like a lot of people are expecting crushers here, so I don't know. I get a little benefit from I think people aren't ready to not have to deal with crushers, and then also I don't have to play a unit I'm bad with. Oh, that a win-win. Otherwise, we're just going to sprint at them and try and get through that front line. You might be wondering why not a Burning Headcaster, because your Burning Headcaster is a hero, so you need to take a 1,000 gold plus useless melee lord that's terrible. And then if they have Kotep anyway, they're going to be resetting your cooldown so often you won't be able to get good Burning Heads off. So I take a super parsed down Slaughtermaster who just has Flock of Doom. This is literally the cheapest any lord can get for the Ogre Kingdoms and still be a caster. And then if they have Kotep, I'll cast Flock of Dooms in the late game once he runs out of Winds of Magic. If they don't have Kotep, Flock of Doom's still pretty good. And then Arkan's Lord Sniping or the big cat's Lord Sniping isn't as big of a deal, and then I can go really wide. So I do like a super cheap caster here. Flock of Doom's nice because if he cancels my cooldowns, it has a pretty quick cast time, so in between the cooldown resets, I can sometimes just get a quick Flock of Doom off. You don't have to aim it, that's the thing. Is Burning Head, it might be off cooldown, and then you're like, well, I have to aim it real quick, and you just miss. Flock of Doom, you're like, click, spam. All right, so Lead Belchers are going to fire at these Skeleton Horse Archers while we move forward. Cetra is on his cat. There's Ushapti Great Bows, and I don't see a lot of other stuff, so there are definitely Sporkle Stalkers back there, for sure. All right, so he's trying to rotate away. I'm going to give everybody attack orders. Saber Tusk packs. Go charge Cetra. Make sure he can't do whatever he wants out here. Just giving attack orders to get into the fight. Blood Vultures, go for a little looky-loo. I want to see those Sepulchral Stalkers wherever they are. We got rid of one Skeleton Horse Archer, which is quite nice. Lead Belchers need to get up. Why are you out here? This seems insane. I have no idea why he's charging these units back here like this. Before my guys rampage, do want to get them over here. Lead Belcher's trying to get shots in. The Sporkle Stalker's going for a massive flank. And are you guys terror routing at full HP? What the hell? Flock of Doom on 3 clumped up units. As we get our Blood Vultures going that way. These guys going to go fight Sporkle Stalkers. Lead Belcher's going to fall back and get up onto the next hill. Other Saber Tusk pack's going to go charge these Sporkle Stalkers. As my Lead Belcher's going to get to safety, but we are getting into melee, so that's going pretty well. We have more Noblars moving in. Your guys getting in fights, right? But our Saber Tusk packs are 3v1ing those Sporkle Stalkers, which is pretty huge, and then my Lead Belchers need to fire back at them. Other Lead Belchers also need to fire back at them, but taking out these Sporkle Stalkers is like the biggest objective we have right now. That's what we need to do to win, as we're grinding through all of his melee infantry. Another overcasted flock on 3 melee infantry all on top of each other. That's probably a mistake. I don't think he wants that many melee infantry fighting at the same time. But we're doing what we need to. Lead Belcher's doing good damage over here onto these guys. Saber Tusk pack's clumping up on that Sporkle Stalker, but it is almost dead, so we'll allow it. Now let's get a downhill charge onto this thing and slow it. So we're going to rear charge it with these guys, frontal charge it with this. And then my Lead Belchers are doing fine. We need to kite away. You Iron Gut, get back here. I need you because there is a new Ushapti coming for my full health Lead Belcher. Other Lead Belchers going to have to retreat from those Sporkle Stalkers. I got Blood Vultures back somewhere. That's fine. Another flock of doom on these 3. How did you lead belchers not get away? I gave you so many orders to leave. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. We're getting good damage on these Sprockle Stalkers in the background, so that's going pretty well for me. He has a new Shopty summon out in his Balance of Powers like that, which is a little tricky. Golgi's Maneaters, come over here. You chill out. We're all still fighting this. That Ushopti Great Bow ROR is fine in the background, but it is what it is. Take the melee fight. It's not great, but it is what it is. Golgi's Maneater is taking a lot of damage. I do got to refresh some charges out here. We get shot by Bow Shopty. I would really like a butcher, a meat feast, or whatever the kids are calling it now. Would like a meat feast for my Golgi's Maneaters while I still have 11 models left. That would be pretty sick. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it though. Where are they? There. Big heal for them. We'll see if Alfred notices and if he's gonna chase them down in time or if they get to come back. It looks like he's gonna notice because they are running straight towards him, so kind of hard for him to miss that. Okay, that fight's going pretty well. We've almost got the Sprockle Stalkers, but he's grinding us pretty low. We've almost got through all of his skeletons, and the Man-Eaters are back. Yes. Yes, this is good. Someone's back on the high ground. Sprockle Stalkers are almost dead. Are these piggyback riders? No, they're just Nobblers. Alright, pretty whatever. We got a lot of skeletons about to fade away. We have Lead Belchers back, but Cetra is currently chasing them. Still trying to kill that. Blood Vulture's back. Can go harass. Well, actually, the Ushopti are about out of ammo, which is pretty bad for Mr. Alfredino here. Are any of you pigback riders? Yes, you're pigback riders. Great. Lead Belcher, get in there. Okay, Golgi's Man-Eaters fall back with me. Oh, he only has 1 spear unit left, so I can actually just Flock of Doom that. Pull back through all of your spears. We're just forcing Cetra to sit on piggyback riders is the whole point here, but we do have Ogre Bulls coming. We have killed off a lot of stuff. Iron Guts are back. I'm not going to bother chasing Skeleton Horse Archers with Iron Guts. I just kind of want them to keep crumbling, and then they'll die on their own. It's not my problem. But there we go. Lead Belchers are free and clear. Lead Belchers, fire sideways down those skeleton spears if you could for me. Golgi's Man-Eaters have to charge straight into the jaws of hell, but I am going to slow those Sepulchral Stalkers, so at least they will get caught and get killed. Lead Belchers firing down the side of those guys is going okay. Flock of Doomcaster needs to free himself from this area. Skeleton Horse Archers. I lost one of those units. What the heck? Anyway. Good damage onto the Sprockle Stalkers. Nice big Flock of Doom as we charge in. We're going to kill off all these guys. Cetra's killing off a lot of my other guys elsewhere. And those Skeleton Horse Archers need to hurry up and crumble. But a big old collapse from the Ogres here. Sprockle Stalkers getting nice and low. Killing off Skeleton Spearmen. And the Man-Eaters can peel off and go fight Cetra. Because I don't want to get rear charged by Cetra. I want to meet him on the field of battle. Everybody go and turn and fight Cetra. Slaughtermaster will lead the way. We are getting some units back. Sprockle Stalkers, those guys are going to crumble, so I just don't care about them that much. Here, take a Flock of Doom. We are going to burst down Cetra. The Ushopti are coming. We're getting some support nearby. These are going downhill. Hurry up and die, you. Cetra's taking a lot of damage. We might be able to do it. Sprockle Stalkers refusing to die. Man-Eaters holding it down. Everybody get back in there. Iron Guts are back. And then they rout again. Block of Doom just to finish you off. Stop shooting at me. Man-eaters, rally. Rally. We have Noblars coming. Just hold. Just hold, man-eaters. Just hold, man-eaters. Searching for ingredients. All ogre units, come back. Piggyback riders can't get knocked down. We will win this. We will. I don't think we're gonna get enough for another tier 3 heal. My man-eaters are routing. We have Noblars back somewhere. I want to hold out for a heal, but I don't think we can. Don't think we're gonna get enough army ability for a heal, so we might just have to use Dismember. Ooh, that overcast actually hurt Cetra quite a lot. Rear charge in from Cetra. We'll see how much this Noblar charge does. If we can get a meat feast out of them charging in, that's fine. If not, it is what it is, and we just use Dismember on something. Piggyback riders are back. Okay, we're not gonna get one, so let's just Dismember those horsemen so that they leave us alone for a little bit. Because they might die. Golgi's man-eaters are back. Cetra gets a big hit on my lord. Dismember plus the Flock of Doom. Gonna take out the skeleton horsemen soon. Do have piggyback riders coming back. Cetra's trying to get hits on my Slaughtermaster guy. Whatever. We'll just take the fight. We all get extra melee attack, extra weapon strength. Piggyback riders are coming. Kill them. Yeah, we're routing. We're all routing. Golgi's man-eater's still hanging in. For now. Slaughtermaster gets some hits in, but Cetra still has 2,500 HP. No! We can't do it. We can't hold. Chop and clave. Butcher them. Oh, we're trying so hard. We got another hit onto him. Golgi's man-eater still vibing. Noblars maybe will come back someday. Cetra's back in again. The man-eaters are gonna rout again this time. This time for real. This time for real. Real is the man-eater. Ooh, we're getting him out in the open. Go, man-eater, go! Go, Slaughtermaster, go! Take him down! You take him down! No, my Noblar shattered out of nowhere. We're getting good hits onto Cetra. Hang in there. My man-eater straight up died, but Cetra's getting so close to crumbling. Come on, Slaughtermaster! Get him! Get him! Get him! I'm going after you! There's a new Shopti barely in my way somehow. There, he's free. He's free. What? How did you trip? How did you trip and fall? How did you trip and fall, you stupid asshole? Get up! No! Okay, I gotta fight the Ushopti at this point, and that sucks because Cetra's gonna try and rear charge me. How did he trip and fall? He just got clear of the Ushopti and he fell down on his stupid fat face. Turn and fight Cetra. Now Cetra's just trying to kite away. So continue fighting these guys. Cetra's coming in. He's going to kite away. So continue fighting these guys. GG. Why did he trip? Why did he trip? Very good game. And it was with Alfredino, so there's no shame in losing. Why did he trip? Why? Cetra did fine. Skeleton Spears did fine. Horse Archers did okay. Sparkle Stalkers, honestly, mixed. I shut some of them down. The Ushopti Great Bow ROR, I couldn't quite shut that down, so I got 3,000 value. 800 base cost caster shouldn't be that good in melee. Cetra does not lose. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. We took Alfredino to a 3-game series, and the last game was crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I'm feeling good. I feel like I did a good job. I did a big nice thing. I feel good. I just want to see the trip again. While I'm gonna message some players and see if there's something we can cast. I just want to see, I think I said this out loud or I just thought it, but I just want to see the trip again. I just want to see the fall on his face. So let's see where Olaf is at. What the hell? Okay, so we have a best of 3. We have a best of 3 between Olaf the Moose and X Navigator to go check out. But first, I do want to see this fall on his face because I just need to see it. I just need to see it. I think if you didn't kill those end game Sportal Stalkers earlier, you might have won. Yeah, I thought they would disintegrate faster, or disintegrate is the upgraded version of crumbling, and I meant that. I thought they would fall into disintegrating faster, but they actually just crumbled all the way through, which was problematic. So we took some extra damage on the back end. You know, it happens. Here's a poll. I will do a poll for you guys because I actually want your feedback on this. Start a poll. How to cast that game. Repost this stream, me playing POV, or cast separate as a caster. Like, repost stream portion. I'll say portion. Part. There we go. I wonder, do you guys generally enjoy content more where it's my POV, in which case we would just chop this part out of the stream and upload that as a separate video? Or do you want me to save the replay and cast it separately? I'm curious. We have a series we're going to get to, a best of 3 series. I just want to see him trip because I thought it was really funny. I'm not complaining. I lost that game fair and square. It was very close. Alfredino played great, and we are good. I just want to see the trip because it was really funny. Okay. So now he's surrounded, he's fighting, getting good damage on the Ushopti, he's fighting. And now Cetra tries to get away, and I'm trying to path out. I just can't path out of these guys. I just can't do it. He swings at these guys, but he has this constant red arrow onto Cetra. Cetra charges back into him, and Cetra's gonna try and escape again. I get a rear charge on him, my man-eaters hit him, man-eaters fight to the death, one of them eventually shatters, yada yada, and so forth. Now I'm thinking, if I can get Cetra in an open fight with the Slaughtermaster, I'll actually win. 3,000 HP to his 1,600. Slaughtermaster will do fine, and this is it. This is it. So he runs away. I'm gonna try and get out of the Ushopti. My own man-eater, my last man-eater, is in my way a little bit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I can't do it. I'm stuck. I can't do it. Okay, we're out. Free and clear. Oh, he hit me in the kidneys. He kidney punched me. And then I fall down, and the Ushoptis get better positioning, and now they fully surrounded me, and I can't get out. That kidney punch won him the game. That kidney punch 100% won him the game. The frickin' Ushopti just, bam, right in the back. Just pop. And he goes down like a sack of bricks. I was gonna get out of there. I was gonna fight Cetra. Oh, that was so good, man. That was so good. Whew, my heart's racing. Note to self, take self-heal item. Yeah, dude, yeah. It was hype so. Okay, chat says, wow, chat is 50-50. Chat is 50-50. Okay, well, I'll save it separate and decide what to do later. We'll leave the poll up for a little bit, but I do have to save this before I enter another game because then the autosave will get overwritten. Hype. Alfred. Me. Cool. Okay. So, moving on. I have been knocked out round 1 yet again, but for once, I don't think chat can make fun of me for falling out round 1. There's a lot of times I fall on my face like the Slaughtermaster. There's a lot of times you guys can get on my case. A lot of times you people can tell me I'm trash. But not today. Not today, baby. We took Alfredino to 3 games and it was close. We had game 1 was a stomp for him. Game 2 was a stomp for me. And game 3 was a banger. I refuse the meme that I lose round 1 of every tournament because that tournament I lost round 1, but it might as well have been the final. But we have a different game to get into. A different game with 2 infinitely better players than myself and Alfredino. I believe this is Olaf the Moose versus X-Navigator. Yes, it is. X-Navigator got pretty darn far in our last... There we go. I had a brain fart while I was clicking around and I accidentally revealed his build for a second, so that's a whoopsie. But hopefully Olaf wasn't watching that one frame. Anyway, X-Navigator played in one of our recent new player tournaments and he got to the finals. He did fall in that final to Jackerskins, but it was a very good... run by him, and some people have told me that he has played in a couple domination tournaments, or did they say he won a couple domination tournaments? I don't remember, but that is his backstory. Cool player. Hope to see more of him on my streams. Now, I must say, my honest opinion is this is incredibly one-sided. Olaf is very good. Olaf is very, very solid. Is he the best player in the world? No, but he's significantly better than I am at this point. Yeah, so Navigator's gonna have to do a lot, and almost winning a new player tournament and then going to go fight Olaf the Moose. I don't give him a lot of hope. Now, if he wins, that's hype as hell, but I'm trying to tell you that that would be an upset. So if you see him win, you're like, hey, whatever. It's like, no, that was actually unexpected. That was a little spooky. So take a look at the bracket for a second with me, my friends. Boom. So what we're gonna do, for ease of streaming, I am just going to cast Olaf the Moose and X-Navigator. And if the next game is ready, we'll just follow them all the way through the semifinals. There's not a lot of waiting around for other games to be ready. But if Olaf and Navigator ends and Pigman and Berserk aren't ready for that game, I'm going to ask in-cars to maybe wait for us if Son of Heaven and Taurus are done first. But I would like to just keep casting best of threes in a row until the finals. Because last time, a couple times, live streams are tricky. Live streams can be tricky where you get stuck in a situation where there's nothing to cast, so you're just kind of awkwardly vamping, filling time while you wait for a lobby. So we're going to do our best to avoid that. Cast Ash. I don't know where Ash and Rusto are in their game, because they matched a while ago. The only reason I contacted Olaf is I saw Navigator advance into him, so I knew they hadn't started game 1 yet. Bye, Contrarian Codex. All right. Game 1, Ex-Navigator on the Empire versus Olaf de Moose's Grand Cathay. He has been playing a lot of Grand Cathay recently. That is a Grand Cathay Rush build. You are not going to get a box here, gentlemen. So that is actually common in this matchup. Both sides have such strong ranged capacity that they kind of dare the other one to make a box and just get shot, you know? So this matchup ends in being like kind of... Rock, paper, scissors sounds too build roulette, but there are 3 builds from each side, and one is heavy rush with some mild melee infantry, but a lot of cavalry and maybe some skirmish elements if it's outriders on one side or Onyx Crowman on the other side, but a heavy rush. And that's what we're seeing from Olaf, so that's the heavy rush build. Build 2 is your standard box for either Empire or Grand Cathay. You just hard box and hope that the other side doesn't have the ROR Hellstorm rocket battery for the Empire or some fire rain rockets and crane gunners from Grand Cathay. Something like that. Or you can get the weird crane gunner cav kite or Hochland long rifle cav kite, where you just have Empire Knights and Hochland long rifles, or, you know, Jade Lancers and crane gunners. You take like 4 crane gunners and you have almost no front line, but you're just trying to shoot them and then back up. And if the Grand Cathay or the Empire, the other side, has to waddle after you, can cycle charge them with cav and just kite the hell out of them. So we're getting the rush build, the build 1 I was talking about, versus it. This is closest to the 3rd build I was talking about. There's more infantry than I would expect in the 3rd build, but it's roughly the same principle. 4 Hochland long rifles to shoot at either a box, or if you're getting rushed, they're going to try and shoot and scoot, shoot and scoot, shoot and scoot, and keep moving backwards. Now, what does make that a little troubling is how many infantry the Empire took. So you're going to have to shoot and scoot and leave your infantry behind, but this also isn't enough to box. As we can see, that the Empire infantry are kind of getting spread out a bit. So they'll have to close in the areas of the box with the cavalry, and then it's not that strong of a box, and you also don't have that strong of shooting to force your enemy into you. So if Olaf the Moose had some cannons or something, he could definitely punish this Empire build, but looks like it is kind of a mix. Kind of a mix of a box and a scoot and shoot. Okay. Another thing that makes me think it's scoot and shoot is that we have Marcus Wolfhart and Netcaster, which is double nets. We'll see. I've noted it. I've noted that he has double nets. I'm going to message him, but I don't know if it'll apply in time. If Olaf wins, the double nets doesn't matter. But you aren't allowed to have 2 targetable nets, and he does have it. So we'll see. We'll deal with it later. At this point, just from a caster tournament host perspective, I want the Grand Cathay team to win, because then I don't have to deal with the rule break. Like, he took double nets. Yeah. And he lost, so who cares? Tequila Sunset is already streaming. I'm streaming now, and Turin is streaming in about an hour. That is intense. But anyway, before anybody complains, I've noted the rule break. There is a double net from the Empire. We'll play the game out and see what happens afterwards. It's fine. Navigator plays a lot of domination from what I hear. And like I said, he was in our new player tournament, so minor rule breaks such as this one don't shock me. It's fine. I doubt it was in bad nature. Okay. For the Grand Cathay build, I didn't actually mention what was exactly in it, I suppose. We do have a Celestial Lion for some terror, Onyx Crowman, Jade Lancers, then a front line of just Peasant Longspears and a Peasant Archer, the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin and Zhao Ming for some air support as well. On the other side for the Empire, it is turning into more of a box, so I guess they are going to try and hold their ground. 4 Hochland Long Rifles, a Grey Wizard with Melkos and Pit of Shades, and Light Wizard with just net, Marcus Wolfhart with just net. Whoop! And they quit suddenly. I think Olaf, if Olaf is on the losing end, if he has the white flag, I think he noticed that there's double net and he just bailed. I think he should have played it out, but okay. Yeah, I think he noticed a double build. He probably just surrendered in the message to his opponent. Double net on Navi. I know. So he's kind of shooting himself in the foot Olaf is, because with double net, that game would have, if the Empire won, the game would have had to been replayed. So just forfeiting right away as soon as you see it, you just sacrifice a chance to get a free win. So if he wants to do that, that's fine. All right. Navigator's just asking what he can do with the gold. So I said he can either grab another spell from the Lore of Light, or he can just cut the spell altogether and spend it on chevrons. It's up to him. Looks like he's going to grab Foz Protection. Now he put a chevron on some great swords, trying to figure out where the chevron should go. He's probably going to end up having to put one on a spear with two with spear shields, and that'll be the best you can do. He's ready to back up. So he cut the second net. He's got Foz Protection. We're getting back into the games. Calm yourselves, chat. And also, if my conversations with Turin were going well, then he has turned on raiding. So we're going to raid Turin today. Really flex on him. If any of you aren't subscribed when we load in, please subscribe. Please. Come on. Come on. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy that just watches unsubscribe. Subscribe. You should do it. You should do it. Just do it. Oh, Incars, are you still in chat? Incars, I have something that'll make you happy, but not if you're not still in chat. I'm not going to say it if you're watching the VOD later. Screw you, dude. I only talk to people when they're live. All right. Incars is officially dead. He's not coming back. How is the stream quality, my friends? Audio good? Video good? Okay, have you noticed the upgraded visuals? I worked really hard to get the visuals upgraded. Look how gorgeous these great swords look now. It shouldn't be blurry. It should be nice and crisp. It should look nice. As I look at the stream on the other screen, it should be fine. Should be pretty. You should be able to stream at 1440p. Now we've passed the point where I told Incars that I had good news for him if he was still around. He hasn't responded, so I think he's gone. It is wonderful. You're wonderful, Hive Mind, but thank you. All right, same builds, same setup. Same analysis. Just vibing with chat while we get ready here. But again, the 4 Hawk and Long Rifles are going to do a lot of shooting. Sterling's Company, Sterling's Revenge, Free Company, Militia, ROR. Going to be fine. Has the audio peaked as much since we turned up the limiter? Good. You should show your gaming setup after this. What do you mean? Like the literal placement of my computer or like my settings? Because the placement of my computer is just sad. If you have a webcam or something, I do have a webcam. It was really grainy last time, but it might be, it might just be that way. It might be a shitty little thing. The detailed COD pieces, those are glorious. Peaceful Romancer is here. Peaceful Romancer, you're always talking about how much you love the Empire. You're here for a rare Empire win, because they're definitely going to win this as the Peasant Long Spears run into Hawkland Long Rifles and getting sniped out. Charge, my peasants, charge. They won't fire again. They only have one shot. Ah, shit, I lied. Oh, we're all dying. So the Peasant Long Spear is going to take some damage, but really that's not the problem. And you can see X-Navigator has mostly moved on to firing out into the flanks, because 5 Peasant Long Spears, that's not a problem for you at all. Your great swords can kill them off. Your spearmen can kill them off easily. None of that is an issue. What is an issue is all this cavalry that's trying to come in. Now, the breath attack was a little mistimed. He wanted to get that breath attack in first so the Jade Lancers would hit an unbraced spearman, but he didn't quite get the timing right, so he did take a lot of extra damage there. Marcus Wolfhart gets a net down. It happens to net Zhao Ming. It happens to net Onyx Crowman that wandered into it, but the other Onyx Crowman were the real target, though they had already gotten onto the Hawk and Long Rifle, so it's not as good of a net as they would have wanted. Empire Knights trying to peel, though they're a little slow to get to those sides. And this is the hard part about making a box that loose and having Empire Knights as part of it, is when they move, it really falls apart. So now this box isn't as much of a box anymore. And there's a lot of infantry, so this isn't quite a scoot and shoot build either, which is why I was kind of confused when it was getting set up. It's just not... It's not fully cohesive, and we can see the problems forming with the Empire. Now, Marcus Wolfhard is going to fight Zhao Ming for a bit. He can be quite tanky with 45 melee defense and firewall moving. He can often just run away and fire arrows point blank at whatever's fighting him. But as long as he's going to kill Zhao Ming, I'm just saying he won't immediately die. Great Swords won the frontline fight. They're now coming back to support the back line, but Olaf is very ahead. He has been playing a lot of Grand Cathay recently. I am not shocked that he feels comfortable in this matchup because it is one of the common counter picks to Grand Cathay. Not that you can counter Grand Cathay with it, but like in our pick system, there's options. So if there's Grand Cathay and something else, Empire is solid because it has an even matchup with Grand Cathay and a lot of even matchups in the game in general. So this is a common one. It looks like Olaf has definitely practiced it. Balance of power is heavily against the Empire this early on, and I definitely agree with a 3,000 damage value difference. It is quite difficult. I don't think with how that game went, a second net would have changed too much, to be honest, which is kind of why I wish we had just played it out and seen what happened, because looking at the builds, I was a little suspicious that the Empire could win that against that type of rush build. It just looked a little spoopy. Because Hawk and Long Rifles are good at poking and kiting, but that's because they need time to get their damage out. In this, if you're trying to hold your ground with Hawk and Long Rifles, they don't have like the BAM DPS to really punish someone running straight at you, you know? So you need to leverage their range, which when the enemy's just going to sprint at you. Now, of course, was Na'Vi like, I'm going to face this exact build? No, he's probably thinking about Grand Cathay box, but even if the Grand Cathay box happened, then these infantry won't get much done. So, I don't know. Olaf had a very well-versed build for this and looked like he was quite comfortable. Onyx Chrome and Jade Lancers did great. The Righteous Lancers Wei Jin didn't even play. They didn't even participate in the game. So that's GG. Why am I being pinged in 5 matches? Oh, Alfredino hadn't registered that he beat me yet. Got it. Okay, I was reading a chat, seeing if it had anything to do with me. It does not. So we're on to game 2. I have to give Olaf his point, don't I? I can't just sit at 0-0. That's illegal. Bam! There's his point. Olaf is very, very good. Started Total Warhammer a couple days ago. I'm having a lot of fun with your multiplayer videos. Keep it up, Tier Lion. Cool. Are you playing any multiplayer, or are you just sticking to campaign for now? Because not shaming at all. I played campaign for 3 or 4 years before I watched Turin, and then Turin made multiplayer look fun, so I gave it a try. I'm just curious. You're playing some campaign. Dude, you know what I want? And I know a lot of people hated on the Vortex campaigns, but I want the option to play the Vortex campaigns in Warhammer 3. Wouldn't that be dope? That would be awesome. Like if the game modes, you know, at the start where there's the tutorial, the Realms of Chaos, and then Immortal Empires. I want the Vortex to be just in there. That focused, smaller map with the focused objectives where you could like summon armies to try and disrupt things. I just thought it was great. It wasn't like, see, that's the thing, is even in Warhammer 2, I played a lot of Mortal Empires, I did, but I did go back to the Realms, the Vortex campaign a couple times when I wanted something more focused with my friends. That was fun. I think Null and Ironsides would be better than Hawk and Long Rifles because the Ironsides have more missile damage. The only problem is how outranged you get with the Null and Ironsides in this matchup. But in that, in that exact situation, I can agree with you for sure. For sure. When you're getting rushed by Cav, that's fine. But if he was facing a box, his build would have been doomed without the Hawk and Long Rifles. So, yeah. The Empire won him by heart. There you go, Peaceful Romancer. There you go. All those DLC mini campaigns for Warhammer 1 should be playable 2 and 3. I don't remember much of 1 because I played it a long time ago. Because what was 2 was out for 5 years? 4 or 5 before 3 came out. So I was playing all of 2, playing all of 3, obviously. And I think I played like a year of Warhammer 1. So I don't know if I remember the Warhammer 1 system before 2 came out. Problem with Ironsides is people have to remember they exist first. That's a high bar to clear. You like the RR Hellstorm Rocket Battery because of ridiculous damage? Yeah. It's good in this matchup. It's meta. We discussed at the start of the battle that it is good in some builds, but that's why I'm not trying to harp on this too much. I'm just making conversation with Lucas in chat. That's why at the start I was when I saw 4 Hawk and Long Rifles and some Empire Knights, I'm like, oh, this is a scoot and shoot build. And then I kind of awkwardly came down from that soapbox as I noticed he also had like 8 infantry and he was forming a box formation. So normally with that Empire formation we saw, you wouldn't have Hawk and Long Rifles at all, honestly. You would have the RR Hellstorm Rocket Battery and then some handgunners, and you would just try and like battleship your way through it, you know? Staunch lines of spears in every direction and then just guns shooting outwards. That's normally how you'd see that go. So it's kind of like I didn't fully know what to make of that build at the moment. Yeah. The RR Hellstorm is very good. Very, very good. Game 2 is up, and Navigator is trying to win my heart. He might have done it. He's taking Chaos Dwarves, and he's not abusing 3 single entities and trying to win off that. And he might have a shot. Okay, might. I'm very concerned about the Magma Cannon, but Olaf did go triple Waywatcher with the Sniping Lord. And that is for sure to shoot big single entities like the Bale Taurus Lord and Hero, or the Train, or something like that. So maybe, potentially, possibly, Chaos Dwarves with no Train gonna counter those Waywatchers. We did see in a new player tournament, Jack. Why can I never remember Jack's freaking name? I just remember it's Jack. Jackerskins, there we go. He beat X-Navigator in a new player tournament finals the other week, and he did use Chaos Dwarves without any single entities outside of like his Lord. So maybe Navi learned from his opponent and was like, you know what? Jack made those guys look really good. I want some Chaos Dwarves without a bunch of big single entities. So we have a Magma Cannon, which is generally considered to be pretty terrible. But we do have a Magma Cannon. We have 4 Infernal Ironsworn, 3 in a Blazing Beards of Bozrok, which is pretty much an Infernal Ironsworn. And then we have some Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Hobgoblin Cutthroats, more Chaos Dwarf Warriors, Goblin Laborers, and then Drazoeth on foot with Flames of Asgore and Dark Renown, giving extra melee attack to any Chaos Dwarf type unit around him. Now you might be like, he's on the Chaos Dwarf roster. All of them are Chaos Dwarf type. No, I mean like anybody that is a Chaos Dwarf, not a Hobgoblin. This guy's. And this is where I get worried about the triple Waywatcher, is because that is a lot of armor silver shields standing around. Now, will they snipe out the Magma Cannon? Obviously. Will they try and snipe out Drazoeth? They'll get him eventually. Do they have enough ammo to kill all of this nonsense? Oh, and he brought the Ember Spear, didn't bring Flock of Doom. That makes me go even more I'm nervous. I'm nervous for both sides, because this build is wild from the Chaos Dwarf, so of course I'm going to doubt it, because I don't see it all the time. but also it seems like something that the Wood Elves do not want. Okay. Drazoeth did bring his melee damage reflection item and then his Demon Spike Crucible, which is interesting. Gets more spell mastery the more kills he gets, and the Flame of Asgore can get a lot of kills, but also it already does so much damage. I don't know if you need more spell mastery for it, so we'll see. For the Wood Elves, enough talking about the Chaos Dwarves. For the Wood Elves, we do have the Glade Lord with the Arrow of Kurnos and Prey of Anoth Rema. It's very good at sniping. Triple Waywatcher, again, very good at sniping. An Amber Spear Caster, no Flock of Doom. And then we have Glade Riders, Wild Riders, Glade Riders, in the background Dryads, and one Blade Singer, which normally I would say, ooh, they're going to be really good here because they're really good armor-piercing anti-infantry versus the Chaos Dwarves. And then I remember that side has 4 blasting charges. So this is just like a 1,200 gold nothing that's going to die instantaneously. Game starts, Magma Cannon instantly shot by the Arrows of Kurnos. It's going to line up some shots. The Waywatchers are all hidden. He's not going to shoot at that till he can spot them. So for now, the Magma Cannon's probably moving forward to try and hit the Wild Riders or something. I think he's suspicious, though. When you see that low of a model count and then you see these units, you're like, there's triple Waywatchers somewhere, because this doesn't add up. Glade Riders and Wild Riders, a couple Dryads, that's not where all your money went. So I'm pretty sure Navi already knows there are Waywatchers out there. And he's even sending out some Goblin Laborers to just kind of do a little bit of harassing. See what he can find. Magma Cannon, really cool animation, does miss its first shot. The Goblin spears surrounding the Glade Lord. So they're not even real spears. They have spears. They don't get anti-large. They don't get any of that nonsense. Not a box, it's an onion. It is an onion. Look at that onion. Look at it. Goblin Laborers continue to try and harass. The Spellsinger of Beasts moves up. And the Magma Cannon is now going to fire its first multi-entity model. Take this, Glade Riders. Actually, a direct hit. Ooh, Spellsinger of Beasts is almost going to rout all of nowhere, and the Glade Riders took half their HP. Nice job, Magma Cannon. You took a bunch of damage from something else. It looks like an Amber Spear hit you. Yeah, it did. Amber Spear does that much damage to your Magma Cannon? Okay, now I'm concerned. Magma Cannon, another direct hit, though this time the Glade Riders will leave the Vortex behind, or they'll charge back into the Vortex. Okay, they're gonna leave it behind. I was like, the Vortex is what did all the damage. Maybe you should leave that one. All right. Glade Lord has 1 Arrow of Kurnos left. He's used them on the Magma Cannon so far. And that plus the Amber Spears has already almost taken out the Magma Cannon entirely as it continues to fire at the Glade Riders. This will leave the Waywatchers completely free to do whatever they want, use all their ammunition. But yeah, my big question has been, is this ammunition going to be enough? Not, are the Waywatchers in imminent danger? Amber Spear back out onto the Magma Cannon. Double hits it. A bug CA claimed was fixed, but yep, they still can double hit things. Magma Cannon takes double damage from that Amber Spear, and it is starting to rout away. I wonder if we even use our last Arrow of Kurnos on it, or if he's just going to let the Waywatchers pick it up on the backside, because they're getting pretty close to being in range to just knock it out of the park. I'm going to fire sideways down the Infernal Ironsworn. Getting a little bit of damage, but not as much as I would have thought from a rear shot, and now their shields are facing the right way, so that's pretty unfortunate for the Wood Elves. Magma Cannon rallies. It is going to force you to use one last piece of something on it. Looks like the Waywatchers are going to have to spend ammunition to take that thing out. As it fires before routing. Fire before routing. Yeah, it gets a shot off before routing. And it hits! What a legend. All right, Magma Cannon's routing again one more time and it'll shatter, though I think the Waywatchers or someone will stop it from shooting again, hopefully. The Chaos Dwarves are about to get kited around the map. Prepare for that as Arrow of Kurnos goes down the line of the Infernal Ironsworn, takes 1/3 of their HP off. Clearly their armor did not save them there, as the Magma Cannon is now going to fire on the Waywatchers who are spotted. They start to turn and run, but the Magma Cannon so far hasn't missed a single shot. Will it miss this time, or is it unstoppable? Ah, it finally missed. Going up over the sand dunes was too much for it. Glade Riders are going to take it out so that they don't have to spend any ammunition on such a thing. Glade Lord is already under half ammunition left. Waywatchers still have all but 1 volley. So they really haven't used much at all. And the Dryads are running in. Prepare for a pretty grueling grind. These Chaos Dwarves are just going to get kited. They didn't bring enough ranged. Only one Magma Cannon was not enough to threaten triple Way Watcher. So now it's just armored infantry wandering around, hoping to eventually get a fight somewhere. We will have some blasting charges up over the top into these Dryads. Ooh, and a Flames of Asgore down onto the Wild Riders. It's not overcast because it doesn't have to be. Gets a little bit of damage down, but they dodge a lot of it. Down to half HP, but Drezoeth won more than that. Only 82 value out of that cast. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Horse yearns for the magma. Yee. Blasting Charge is another good volley onto the Dryads, and the Wild Riders not having a good time fighting these Chaos Dwarf Warriors who are buffed up by that Dark Renown nearby. And something is happening here. Amber Spear down the side. Still does that. Amber Spear down the side still does that. But tell me again how single spells can't still multi-hit. I'm waiting. What are the Way Watchers doing? Are they even firing? No. No, they're not. Though they are wandering into melee, which they'll not want to do. Hobgoblin Cutthroat's going to catch some of them. Blade Rider's trying to peel those guys, but the Cutthroats do get in here, start to knife a couple Way Watchers. The Way Watchers will be overall fine. More cavalry is coming up to help them out as these other two Way Watchers continue to kite around. Frontal Ironsworn, shields up, trying to withstand the Way Watcher volleys. But considering how few volleys have been used and we're already 5.5 minutes into the game, I don't know what the Chaos Dwarves are going to do about this. Shields are turned as the Infernal Ironsworn trying to get back into formation. Other Way Watchers are shooting at Drezoeth for a little bit. Not going to get that much damage onto him, but it's some. Blade Lord is out of ammo. Infernal Ironsworn trying to get back to the formation as another Amber Spear is probably coming from somewhere. This lady's just been lurking. 1,600 value from those Amber Spears so far. 2 onto the Magma Cannon? I think it was 2. And then 1 down the line of the Infernal Ironsworn. Killed off 71 models from them. Jesus. That is wild. Overlap here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Way Watchers tried to shoot as those guys were overlapping, but it doesn't seem to be the case. There comes an Amber Spear, but a good dodge from the Blazing Beards of Bosrock, reforming lines. And just getting back into a frontwards position so they don't get shot down the side. Quite nice. But now they get shot in the back from the Way Watchers. This was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Chaos Dwarf Warriors reform ranks again. Way Watchers on the top side have 18 volleys left, 18 over here, 17 on this side. But anywhere the Wood Elves have had to go into melee has gone poorly for them. Wild Riders, Glade Riders, Dryads all take a lot of damage. These Glade Riders take a lot of damage too. More Dryads charge in again. Just get cut down by a horde of filthy goblins. Get them, goblins. The Goblin Laborers are still thinking about routing. In comes another Flames of Asgore. This one is a direct hit onto the Wild Riders and Glade Riders. He's much happier with that, sacrificing a Hobgoblin Cutthroat to kill those guys off. That was about a 400 gold cast. Still not a spell I'm overly impressed with, but you're getting damage where you need to, I guess, and those Wild Riders are almost a non-factor. Still have 2 very healthy cav on the far side. Still have all these Way Watchers, obviously. Damage value is 3,500 in Olaf's favor. Balance of power indicates such as well. We have Chaos Dwarf Warriors and stuff, but a lot of the Infernal Ironsworn, the blasting charges are what's getting taken out by the Way Watchers, because eventually in melee, he wants to save the Blade Singers, which have actually engaged up here. They're currently surrounding Drezoeth. He is not having a good time fighting those Blade Singers. 65 melee defense and a bunch of armor ain't saving him versus that. What's their bonus for symmetry? It's significant, isn't it? 12? Yeah. 12. Blasting charges, firing onto the Dryads, doing what damage they can to them while they can, but Drezoeth's already down to half HP as the Blade Singers rip through him with some Hobgoblin Cutthroat support. Other Way Watchers up in the high ground, don't know what they're going to shoot at just yet, but they'll shoot at something eventually. Wild Riders rear charge the Hobgoblin Cutthroats, trying to get them to rout. Leave Drezoeth all alone. So the Infernal Ironsworn come uphill, eager to help their Overlord. No blasting charges left for them, so they just rear charge the Blade Singers, and they will get decent damage out, and now the Blade Singers and Wild Riders are attritioning pretty badly. Dryads and Cavalry committing on the far side. Gonna fight Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Hobgoblin Cutthroats as the minus the blasting charges turn around. They don't have the volume of fire anymore. They're down to 1/4 of their models, so they do 1/4 of the damage in one volley. It's really not that impressive. Blade Singers get routed off. They did do a lot of great work. Only 800 value. I guess Drazoth is pretty cheap on foot, but they tried. Tried their ass off. Way Watchers running out of ammo. 7 volleys, and then 12 over here. The dream of the Chaos Dwarves just withstanding the tide, still alive, technically. And Navi is closing the damage value a little bit. It's 4,000 now, which, you know, getting better-ish. Blade Singer's fighting to the last lady. Blade Rider's running around trying to figure out if anything routes, if they can catch it. They can catch it and kill it. Wild Riders continue to cycle charge against the Hobgoblin Cutthroats and Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Which, Hobgoblins and Chaos Dwarf Warriors hanging out together does give the leadership buff of Malign Authority. As Drazoth comes down from the high ground, he is trying to get back to the formation. He's down to 2,000 HP himself. His spell mastery is jacked up a lot. But Olaf takes another bit of a lead on the balance power, gotten about 300 more value than his opponent for a while. Way Watchers, 10 volleys, 3 and 4. Running out of those shots, though, doesn't matter. For the Chaos Dwarves, we just have 2 Chaos Dwarf Warriors that are healthy, 1 Hobgoblin Cutthroat that's currently getting run down, and Drazoth is very injured. There's no Infernal Ironsworn left to really rely on. In comes another Flames of Asgore. Doesn't look like the Wild Riders see it, though a Chaos Dwarf Warrior will also be sacrificed to the Fires of Hashit. No, they won't, as that was cast far enough away to stay safe, but also means it doesn't do as much damage to the Wild Riders, so I guess that was a pretty good cast, keeping those guys in it. Glade Lord charges at Drazoth, misses, and now gets swamped in Chaos Dwarf Warriors. This is probably the only hope for the Chaos Dwarves, is Drazoth, and the Chaos Dwarves can turn around and just beat up this Glade Lord for a bit, knock out the leadership of the Wood Elves. It's not a great chance, but it is a chance, as Drazoth takes 2 hits in a row, takes 3 hits in a row, and then that is just doomed, because if you can't even beat the Glade Lord in melee at this point, then it is just over. And you people made fun of me when I took 3 Warp Lightning Cannons. If you don't have enough range, the Wood Elves can just run you around the map, and it's pretty atrocious. Hobgoblins didn't do too much. Chaos Warriors didn't get to do too much either, honestly. Infernal Ironsworn didn't get to do too much. No one got to do anything. They just got shot by Wood Elves all game. Blade Lord, Amber Spearcaster did fantastically. Blade Singers did okay. Way Watchers, not even crazy value, but they got done what they needed to. And then the Wild Riders and Glade Riders could just run everybody else off the map. GG's, boys. GG's. Olaf goes 2-0. And Incars does not have an opponent yet. So we will see who gets an opponent next for the quarterfinals. Dun, 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 dun. Here's the bracket, in case you're wondering. Awful advance, waiting for Pigman Berserk, waiting for Gotrek Flower, waiting for Son of Heaven Torsen, or Ash Rusto. I feel like Ash Rusto has been going for a while. Gotrek Flower has also been going for a while, so one of those two should be done soon. Pigman Berserk's been a bit. Let's see. Let's go find him. Ash Rusto started, oh, only like 20 minutes ago. Never mind. They still could have a bit. Let's see. Where did Pigman and Berserk start? Pigman and Berserk started about 35 minutes ago, so that should be done very soon. Gotrek and Flower started about 35 minutes ago, so that should be done pretty soon. And where is Torsen, Son of Heaven? About 40 minutes ago, so that should also be wrapping up soon. Okay. Okay. So 3 of them could be done at any minute. Did I qualify for some playoffs in Vermin League? Did you play? Someone's asking me questions. 1 second. All right, Martinius. Martinius. I do not see him on the leaderboard. Discord handle. Okay. I've answered that question sufficiently. Olaf advanced. Still wait on anybody else. And how is chat doing? Very sweaty bracket. It's true. I forgot how long really sweaty set takes because I was done with my second set while half of round one was still going. It depends in cars. It depends. I don't know. Alfredino and I had a 3-game series in what? 25 minutes? 30 minutes? We're just great. We're just great like that. In cars, you left earlier when I was going to say something nice to you. Are you still here? Because if you're here, you have to respond and tell me you're here so I can tell you the nice thing. The nice thing that everybody wants to know. That I've been holding out for just you, and then you keep leaving. You can't do that. You can't keep leaving me here. You want some replays? Maybe. Let's give it 10 more seconds. All right, so you're still here. Yo, I just made the monster tier list, like my artillery tier list that everybody universally loved and nobody hated and called me a troll. I made my monster tier list, and when the green skin giant cave squig came up, I thought of you, and I took him out of D tier, and I put him in C tier just for you, buddy. Just for you, I didn't put him in the bottom because I said I still doubt this unit, but in cars, my buddy, my friend said that this unit is good, so I'm gonna trust him. Bam, there you go. You're typing to me right now? Yeah, there's a 30-second delay. So when I say something, I don't presume someone's still here. All right. Waiting on these fools. Someone to match up with one of them. It's dragging on a bit. So maybe we just pull up a replay. I have a couple replays people sent me that I need to cast as standalone videos. I know as soon as I start casting something else, someone's gonna match up, but whatever. Whatever, dude. You know what? We'll do a quick battle. People love quick battle. Ranked matchmaking, Limbital Conquest, and then we'll pull up game and have the text say not that. Waiting on a series. Bam. Just the people know. In-car sent us some stuff to cast, which I refused to because I found a quick battle. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, it's the green one. Are we all 30 seconds delayed? Yeah. Everyone's 30 seconds delayed. It's the green one. Norska. This dude keeps telling me Norska's good. I'm gonna beat him with Norska to prove that Norska's not any good. Oh my goodness, he took Nurgle. All right. Lit. Nurgle. Let's take Throg. Because I need regeneration, since he's gonna Rance of Visitations me. Or we take Mammoth. Yeah, Mammoth. Mammoth! Because he's gonna Rance of Visitations me, so now I have 14,000 health for him to chew through. Take that. Take that, you chump. Other than that, I need a caster of some kind. Let's do a Familiar Bale Fiend for his magic damage, and then we'll do Shadows with Pit of Shades, nothing else. Keep Arcane Conduit, I suppose. I had to run away for a moment, couldn't answer your question in time. I don't play multiplayer, I don't have time, energy, I'm 40 with a kid, just enjoy watching it. That's cool, dude. That's cool. I hope your campaigns are going well. I wish you the best. Our front line really doesn't have much going for it, because if I go Berserkers and he goes Chaos Warriors, I just lose. But if I go Marauder Champions with Great Weapons and he doesn't go Chaos Warriors, I lose too. So, yeah, we're not going to do that. What we are going to do is we could grab a bunch of Marauder Hunters with Javelins. We could. We could grab Skirmish Cav. We could. I'm not going to. You know why? Nurgle is weak to shooting, and that's why we're going to trick him. We're not going to take any shooting. He's going to be like, man, this guy's going to shoot me. So I'm going to prepare for that. And we're just going to, boom, left hook him. Just take him down. So let's grab some Berserkers, even though I just said they're not going to do anything versus Chaos Warriors. But that's because we'll have some Famir Warriors. Yes, Famir Warriors with Great Weapons. How much bonus versus large do you get with your Great Weapons? 25? That's a lot of bonus versus large. Okay, screw these Marauders. Who needs them? We have Famir. Bam! Famir! 1,200 gold left. I guess we could get some dogs, I suppose. This literally is the perfect build I can't lose. Angels of Decay gonna feast? No, he would never take flying units. He wouldn't do that. You know why? Because he's a good person. He's a good person. He wouldn't do that to me. What if he takes the Plague Drones with Death's Heads? See, that's a flying unit. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to his friend, Old Hummus Boy. He knows that would make me so sad. And I don't want to be sad, so he's not going to do it. Hummus, stop trolling. It's a quick battle versus green one. I have to. Stop Famiring and start trolling. Got him. No, I just don't want to do another game of, like, 4 Marauder Hunter Javelins, 2 Marauder Hunters with throwing axes, and then 4 Skirmish Cav versus Nurgle. It's fine. It's a quick battle. I don't give a shit. I'll just play some Mammoths. If he wants to skirmish his Nurgle, I'll just FF and throw a hissy fit. It'll be fine. The correct way to play this is to kite him. I just don't feel like doing it. Campaigns are going well. Did Tyrion's short victory, then Teclis and Sisters of the Twilight. I think you might enjoy Elves. Tyrolion, I'm picking that up. I think you might enjoy the Elf campaigns. It's all about the Warshine for the big bad Cold Voider. Oh, you're starting Lewin now, so the human elves. Actually, it's the humans who worship an elf. The Lady of the Lake is an elf, so you can't escape my allegations that you are an elf enjoyer. No matter what you do, I will find a way to tie it back to elves. You can be like, I'm playing a Chaos Dwarf campaign. I would find a way. Enemy troop count 606. Let's go. No, that definitely probably means he has Death's Heads and he's just gonna insta-kill me and I'll be sad. But maybe he has a blob and our Famir can do some awesome stuff. I don't know. We're gonna find out. We got a friggin' War Mammoth. And then we got Wolfric on another Mammoth. And then a Pit of Shades caster. 2 Ice Wolves. We have no defense against air units because I refuse. That's just gonna have to be good enough. But yes, if he has Angels of Decay, I lose. It's over. It's GG. Hey, look, he has Death's Heads. He's a cheeser, and he's kiting me. FF. I'm out. I'm not doing it. Okay, fine. We'll do it, but I don't want to. I'm going to play from this screen. Oh, God. He's gonna kite me. If this turns miserable, I'll surrender immediately. I don't care. I will do it. So there's throwing axes, and that's neat. And he's running away, and he's just kiting around, and he doesn't want to fight for Norska. He's just running away. Now we get a battle over here. Rufka! Path through this. Path through this shit! Kill Epidemius! Kill him! Ice Wolves, go get that. Other Ice Wolves. I don't know what you're gonna do. Pit of Shades. Around Wolfric, who they're just kiting. Wow. Well, that's GG. It was fun while it lasted. Wow, the Angels of Decay already have 900 value. That's crazy. Alright. Ice Wolves, come back here. Famir, come over here. We can maybe Lord Snipe Epidemius as our Ice Wolves are getting isolated by his skirmish cav, but he did do a pretty try-hard build with a bunch of skirmish. And I took a silly build, so of course I'm gonna get slapped. That's not that shocking, because look, his death heads are just kiting me. So we're getting air cheesed. I'll back out. Green one's not as cool as I thought he was. And then chat's like, you should have kited him. And I'm like, no. I don't feel like playing kite. Not on quick battles. It's my least favorite way to play the game, so I'm not going to do it on quick battles. Oh, well. One can dream. All right, Olaf and Berserk is ready. All right, Olaf and Berserk are ready. Okay, Olaf and Berserk are ready. We got to go get a series. Desktop, boom. You can see him right there. I'll message Olaf. Olaf the Moose versus Berserk. Yo, yo, yo. Can we spec? Berserk has the lobby. He sees control. Now I have to message Berserk. Ah, yo, can I spec? Now Flower gets done to also go fight Alfredino. Dude, poor Incars. Incars has been here for like 6 years. Still waiting on Son of Heaven and Torreson. All right, we're waiting on Berserk to give us the lobby. In the meantime, we'll get the blocker back up. I'll adjust the names, but I actually don't know who the names are because I don't know where they are. I guess we'll check back in on chat. What up, chat? Always cheese-proof your builds, even against your best friend, wife's parents. No allegiance but to self. I don't want to kite Nurgle on quick battles. If I'm playing a quick battle and I have to kite someone to win, I'll just dodge. Like, I just don't enjoy that style of play. It's not who I am. Which is fine. It's fine if you do. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. It's just not for me. I detest it. I detest it. I just want melee combat between two equals. Blood for Blood God. I'm guessing that's Berserk's lobby. Taking a shot in the dark. That's Berserk's lobby. Holy shit! Holy shit! I was right. It's his lobby. Out of all the lobbies out there, I'm just like, that's the Blood for the Blood God one. That's probably Berserk. Sounds like him. Green one is saying... Fucking got him. Green one's saying, okay, he's saying, you know, me, human boy, played Famir, and he won, so he must lose his next round out of shame. And I'm like, no, you have to beat Alfred, dude. And he goes, I can't, I'm washed up. You said so yourself. I'm like, Alfred's more washed up. Oh, TGO. He's a funny guy. He's a funny, stinky guy. Hummus, I have snorted warp dust and seen the prophecy of even farther failure. Always bring at least one meme unit, always. But I did that and I lost badly. In cars, Torsen has to leave, so you get the free win anyway. So you get to wait even longer. That sucks. Okay, what are we doing? Where are we? Do I have to update the nameplates? Oh, I have to update the nameplates? Is Berserk? Yeah, Berserk's on the left side. I don't have to move Olaf's name. Berserk. Big fan of Berserk. Very good player. Super nice guy, too. I don't think I've ever had issues with Berserk. He's nice, bro. Do we have a... No. We have a Kislev mirror. That's not usual. That's not normal behavior. Okay. Whatever. I mean, oh, yeah, I see behind the blocker, Olaf is moving funds around and grabbing units. Berserk is grabbing units too, so unless this is an elaborate troll, as they do picks and bans, they're both going to build fake Kislev builds. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Stop it. You stop it. How dare you have problems with Berserk? And I know you're just kidding. I know you're trolling, memeing. Do not allow this. All right, I'll shut it down. I'll tell the players to repick. There will be no Kislev. There is no hope. I just banned Meow Meow. That's crazy. What wild times we live in, that even the Meow Meows are not safe. Like, if you watch chat, he can't type anymore. See, after this 30-second delay right now, Meow Meow, if you're not banned, type F you, hummus. You won't, because you banned, son. All right, Berserk's thinking. He's been stuck on the same portion of a build for a while. Ban everyone, in your opinion. Even you, why that guy? Even you. So here's some narrative for you. Before Meow Meow inevitably types something horrible to me. Here's some narrative for you. I have been a Berserk doubter. I know. Hold your booze. He was really good. He is really good. He's still great. But here's the thing. He's better than me. But for a long time, I've been saying Berserk is the second best player in the world behind Alfredino, because in the Warpstone Cup, Alfredino beat Berserk in the top 8 and then beat Sipa in finals. And I haven't given Sipa the credit yet that he got second. I always couch it. In there that I'm like, oh, Berserk's probably still the second best because, like, you know, he lost to Alfredino, then Alfredino won the whole tournament, so who knows if Berserk and Sipa have fought, maybe. But here's the thing. So I've been defending this man for a long time, and then Berserk loses tournament after tournament in front of my very eyes. And at some point, he can't just stay second. So I personally have pushed Berserk down on my personal current, not all time, but current powerful players tier list. It is currently, for me, I think Alfredino is the best. I think Sipa is the second best. And I think Segos is the third best. And Berserk, maybe in that conversation for fourth. I would have to really think about anybody else who could beat him, but he might be the fourth best right now. And if he loses to Olaf, who is also very good, Olaf is very good. But if he can't even beat Olaf, I mean, Olaf wasn't in that list of the 3 people I thought were better than Berserk. So maybe my stocks for Berserk keep falling, right? So Berserk, he's gotta win me back. He's gotta win my heart back if I'm gonna start telling you that this man is the second best player in the world right now. He's gotta start winning some things, because this is a qualifier. There are 4 qualifiers, and 2 times someone not named Berserk has qualified. One of those was Segos, the other one was Sexy Boy, and Sexy Boy beat Berserk in finals. I can't take it anymore. I can't keep fighting for this man unless he fights for me. So Berserk, you win this series. You win this tournament. You beat Alfredino and you prove you're the goddamn best. And since he was just waiting for my hype speech, he is now going to ready up, and we are totally going to get into the game immediately because he just needed to hear those kind words. All right, didn't ready up. He hates me. Who got banned and why? I just missed it. Oh, I was kidding. Meow Meow was still in the chat. He's fine. How could you ban me like that? He's right there. He's fine. It was all a meme. Don't hurt me. All right, we're into game 1. It is a Kislev mirror and 2 very different strategies. Berserk is going for a little bit of kite, and he had double Little Grom for quite a while, but he downgraded to 1 Little Grom. So we have some chariots, some Kislevite horse archers, and a Little Grom. On the other side, it is full rush with 3 Griffin Legions, the Golden Knight, Naryashtaka, Nosferatu. I don't know her name that well. And then I'm guessing we have some Frostworms in this game. Yeah, it looks like we have 2 Frostworms here. Maybe he's in a fugue state. Bro, if you can't even beat up, I'm about to throw hands. This is the last warning. I want to tolerate the slender. I'm just saying Olaf's not in the top 3 players, top 4 players, top 5 players discussion. And Berserk can't keep dropping games and have me still say, well, I still think he's like top 2. I won't tolerate this slander. Dude, Olaf, beat Berserk. Rise up the ranks. You have been crushing it recently, if you're still in chat. This is why we have a 30-second delay. So by the time I mention something to the players that should be important to them in the game, they should have already done it by now or they're going to lose. Oh man, Olaf has to watch out for those dervishes flanking his archers. 30 seconds later. Oh wow, Human Boy said the dervishes are going to flank my archers. Hey, they haven't hit my archers yet. It's like, what was Berserk doing to make his Kesselfied dervishes take that long to get to those archers? One day chat will unite and put me back in the ice bath. Hell yeah. I'm just farting around until the builds are more ready in their current positions, and then I can actually tell you what there is, because I hate when they move around while I'm trying to tell you what there is. So my camera's just moving around like a drone. Olaf seems ready, so we'll start with him. Triple Griffin Legion, as we noted in the loading screen. 5 armored Kossars, 3 Kossars with spears. Ice Witch of Tempest on her Frostworm with only Blizzard as a spell, and then her Guardian Call for her Snow Leopard summon. Then we have the Golden Knight Narska Lesia with her Ursun's Claw, Frozen plus 50% damage buff, and then she also has the immune to flanking and physical resistance. But do you have your silence? No silence? That's crazy. I honestly thought you would only take her for the silence. So this isn't going to be the case where she can just get next to the enemy caster and they can't cast spells until they kill her or something. She's actually just here to duel. She is here to deal damage, and that is it. Okay. She gives 20% physical resistance and immune to flanking to this Ice Witch. I guess that's fine. But other than that, pretty straightforward. Armored Kossars, Griffin Legions, Hero Hammer. On the other side, we have 3 Horse Archers, 2 Light War Sleds, an Ice Witch of Tempest with Gust of True Flight and Blizzard, and the Snow Leopard summon. A couple Armored Kossars, though not nearly as many. 3 Kislevites Warriors, and a little Grom they are defending. They can fire up and over into the Griffin Legion, it looks like. First volley is going to be a miss. Calling it now. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's a miss! I'm a legend! All right, and the Armored Kossars make kiting. This is a little interesting to even try and take kite versus Kislev, because Kislev has so much hybrid shooting that they can just dissuade you with shooting you. That's what they do. So archers and Armored Kossars use their pistols and bow and arrows to get rid of these guys. Meanwhile, other Horse Archers kiting out the Ice Witch of Tempest, and Kossovite Dervishes get caught by the Griffin Legion, and I think they got frozen. I think that's why Berserk let them stay in this fight for so long, is they got frozen by the Golden Knight, I would expect. So netting them in place for the Griffin Legion to get a good shot in. It's a good start here for Olaf. I mean, just picking off a free Dervish is, of course, great. Light War Sleds poking at the Ice Witch of Tempest. And Olaf's superior infantry forces just marching down the distance between them and the enemy. They do want to engage as fast as possible to leverage that melee advantage. And they don't really want this kite phase to go on, because the longer Little Grom gets to shoot, ooh, the more chances he gets good hits in like that. And of course, the Light War Sleds are going to keep shooting you. So, you know, Olaf wants to move up. Is going to make sure his pistols get a little extra value where they can. And we have a really nice collapse coming in. The Griffin Legion stop for just a moment. No, they need to keep moving. Oh, they almost closed the sandwich, but they were not able to. And Berserk turns his Dervishes back in towards his front line. So he will get back to safety. This is Little Grom gets a nice shot downhill. But overall, Berserk's skirmish forces are taking a lot of damage. We lost a Dervish earlier, as we saw. We have 2 other Dervishes at half HP. And the Griffin Legion for Olaf, not taking no for an answer, do need to back off as they almost charge uphill into braced Kislevites Warriors, which would have been an objective disaster. Now the Ice Witch duel occurs, but one of the Ice Witches has already taken significant poke, and she's trying to back off as she overcasts a Blizzard onto some Armored Kossars. It will do good damage, but that also did more damage to her. And then comes the Golden Knight. Does she have her net? No, it's just normal Frostbite, so she's not able to net this Ice Witch in front of all these pistols or anything. In come the Griffin Legion trying to chase off those Light War Sleds. Berserk's still a little up on damage value, but the part of the game where he was dominant is about to end. The skirmish phase was what a lot of his build was tailored for, and in a straight knockdown drag out fight, the superior number of Armored Kossars, the 3 Griffin Legions, should actually do a lot, so I'm very concerned for Berserk right now. Good things for him is that the Ice Witch of Tempest of the red side is already down to half HP, and his Snow Leopard summon is currently fighting the Golden Warrior, who is the Golden Knight, who is currently in Kislevite halberds, so she's having a pretty bad time. But it looks like the Snow Leopard is also getting stuck on their own halberds. Griffin Legion get a good fight with some Dervishes and some Light War Sleds, but more Kislevite Warriors walking over those halberds, doing really good work in this matchup. And the Golden Knight is back out of the blob of halberds, still getting chased by a Snow Leopard, not enjoying that too much. As in the background, the Light War Sleds getting chased by a Snow Leopard and the Frostworm caster. Griffin Legion having a very bad time overall, honestly. They're not doing great. One is below a 5th HP, another one's at like a 3rd, and this one's at like a 3rd as well. They're just not having the impact they wanted to have. So we'll see if they can make a difference in the late game. This is a really big key moment. Can you freeze her right here? This would be huge. 3v2, kind of. That Snow Leopard's about to fade away any second now, but 3v2. Can you net this lady in place? Ursun's Claw is active. for 9 more seconds. She really wants to get one hit on this Ice Witch of Tempest and lock her in place. There she is. She is frozen. She cannot retreat as some archers are getting a bit of supporting fire in. The Snow Leopard Summon, the Frost Worm, and the Golden Knight all getting good damage onto Berserk's Ice Tempest Witch. Little Grom is trying to fire in, but the Snow Leopard is gone, so now it's officially a 3v1 on enemy infantry. This lady is having a pretty terrible time. She's trying to fight her way out of it. The freeze has worn off, but now it's just a normal frostbite as she still tries to retreat. Her leadership tanks a bit, but there is Dire Blood waiting. She will be okay in that aspect as the Little Grom continues to fire and get free value on these Ice Witch of Tempest. He's not going to miss at this range if he fires, but he's obstructed by his own Lord. Can't see it. Berserk gets a nice 2-for-1 Blizzard down onto these Armored Kossars, but Olaf's going to retaliate with his own Blizzard onto the Kizilvite Warriors they're currently charging into. Does hit. I don't know how much damage it's going to get out. I don't know how many of them are still even in that Blizzard, to be honest, but the Ice Witch of Tempest is not going to take no for an answer. I think she's trying to kill Little Grom and make sure he can't keep fighting her. Golden Knight gets isolated, though, fighting the Ice Witch of Tempest all alone. Griffin Legion going to come in, and with their glorious charge, they do have a leadership debuff tethered to them that should help clear out these Kizilvite Warriors if they don't still have Dire Blood. If they do still have Dire Blood, honestly, the Golden Knight and these Griffin Legion might die. It is all on whether or not these guys can actually route one leadership. 2, it's going negative, but the Golden Knight's still taking a lot of damage, and these Kizilvite Warriors refuse to break. They're going nowhere, and their halberds are just slapping through the elite cavalry and the heroes of the red team. But for the red team, what's going great? While they are losing their Golden Knight, while their Lord is very low, they have a ton of infantry left, and a lot of those infantry have bow and arrows. A lot of the blue team's infantry are starting to fade away, except for this freaking Kizilvite Warrior that just refuses to leave. There we go. It's finally routing as the red Ice Witch jumps in on the other one. We have a Frost Worm battles the two, try and deal damage to each other, but the blue Ice Witch has her back turned, which reduces her melee defense by, I think, half or more. And Little Grom is lining up a point-blank execution shot. Don't you do it! That's a war crime! Watch out for the Geneva Conventions as it double hits! It hits the Ice Witch of Tempest twice for the red team. Dire Blood, the only thing keeping her in the fight, but she only has 100 HP. The blue Ice Witch is about to take her out as the archers move up. They get good shots in. Berserk is crazy behind on the balance of power, but you still have Little Grom. You still have an Ice Witch, and that lady only has 190 HP. She's scuttling for her life, but the other Ice Witch is coming up behind her. Snowflake Pendulent is getting cast. She's gonna rout, but she charges in, gets a good hit on the other Ice Witch. Berserk is doomed at this point. Army Losses is hitting, but can he at least, for pride, kill that other Ice Witch? He does, and he casts a Blizzard at his feet, but with only 64 HP, it's not enough. The archers should be able to take that lady out, and she goes down in her own Blizzard, leaving just Little Grom to tell the tale. Phil from Spain, happy Monday, one and all. A little early for me, but happy Monday if it's Monday where you are. That was a pretty wild game. GG's to both players. Those Kizilvite Warriors were true champions. Armored Kossars did okay too. The Dervishes and the Dervish Archers had a very tough time participating in this game. You can see that they just got shot whenever they tried to kite and got caught whenever they tried to flank anything. Light Warslows did okay. Little Grom did fine. For the Ice Witch of Tempest on the other side, very similar damage value, though slightly less. Golden Knight didn't get that much value, but I mean, her freeze was nice to catch out the other Lord when she was getting fought by the Snow Leopard Summon. Armored Kossars did pretty well overall, I guess. Kossars and Spears did fine, and the Griffin Legions, solid value. It didn't feel like they were getting as much done as they apparently were, so good for them. If Olaf can't even beat Berserker of all people, he's in a good place. I'm just... Ooh, people are misconstruing my words. Ooh, I was just saying that if if Berserk wants to stay top 2 in the world, and for me to keep hyping him up, he needs to win some games against other people not named Alfredino. That's all I was saying. That's all. All right, I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll return when I feel like it, and if I don't feel like it, too bad. Dang, Humo just said Alfredino sucks. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. What a perfect way to celebrate a boss-ass series than with a midday beer. Olaf, I apologize for saying that you are not a top 2 player in the entire world. I'm sorry for saying you were a very good player. I'm sorry for saying I believed in you. I'm sorry for saying you would be a difficult obstacle for Berserk to overcome to regain my confidence that he is a top 2 player in the world. I apologize for all these things. I should have said, you garbage. I should have said you washed up, kid. I should have said you did your best when you were 12 years old, when you were playing softball in your little league. That's the best you ever were. That's the best you ever gonna be. Alcohol, my kid fed in the street. They have beer commercials on everything now. And besides, I have liver disease that only allows me to have 1 drink every 2 days. Ugh. People disgust me. Alright, Berserk's on Beastmen. Olaf is on Lizardmen. The map is Valley of Thieves, so nice big open desert map. What alcohol do to a human person? Is 1 beer. Calm down. I've had like 2 sips at this point. I opened it when I sat down. Dude, I'm upset. I am upset. So here's the thing. So, all right, here's the thing. So, I was playing, when I work out, when I'm lifting weights, I watch Star Wars The Clone Wars, or I watch whatever show I'm watching at the time, which right now is Star Wars The Clone Wars. But when I'm on the elliptical, I've gotten really bored because it's winter in Minnesota where I live, so it's crazy cold outside. It's a high of -8 today, if you include wind chill. So that's really cold. And -8 Fahrenheit, you Europeans. So I've been on the elliptical all winter, which sucks. And I'm at the point where watching a show isn't enough entertainment to distract me from being on the elliptical. So I hooked up my Xbox 360 and I was playing some old arcade games I had on there because it's something that I can do while on the elliptical that doesn't require full focus. You know, you can just kind of do it. And then the other day, I just hooked up my old Xbox original, which not the 360, not the Xbox One, the old one. And I was playing Star Wars Battlefront. Star Wars Battlefront is fun. It's cool. It's nice. But, like, the Separatists cheat so much because Battlefront 2 introduced limitations where you could only have 4 elite things out at a time. So droidicas, if you remember droidicas, in Star Wars Battlefront 2, you can only have 4 out at once. I was on my treadmill, legit getting run down by like 7 droidicas, and my AI clone friends are just getting murdered by all these just droidicas. If you don't know what those are the destroyer droids you see in the movies and the shows, the guys that roll up into a ball, then they show up, pop a shield, and start gunning you down with miniguns. Those guys, the AI just starts spamming the hell out of them. It is terrible. You're just getting pushed back, and like nothing you do does extra damage versus those shields. It's like, do you have a rocket launcher? Yeah, it takes 2 to break the shields, a third one to kill it, and by the time you reload, they sometimes have their shields back. Okay. To use a sniper rifle? Sniper rifles are actually strangely terrible against the shields, so maybe just use the assault rifle, but then you have to get medium range. I don't know. So just getting run down by droidicas, losing my mind on my treadmill, my elliptical, whatever. How many droids? And that's how the Separatists actually win the war, is they just like go, wait, the destroyer droids are OP, everyone else sucks, just manufacture a ton of those. Only build the destroyer droids, skip all the super battle droids. Old Battlefront's been really fun. Yeah, it is really fun. I hear the remake that they did was terrible. Is it still terrible, or have they fixed that at this point? All right, Berserk goes Beastman. If you want this series to go to game 3, or if you want the Lizardman Heal Blob to lose, you are hoping that Berserk has a plan for this. On the side of Lizardman, since it's much easier to cast, we have 4 Pterodon Riders. 1 has a Fire Leech Bola, the others are all these dart ones. And then we have the Shredder of Lustria, Mazdamundi on Zlak with Net Apotheosis, then is Bound Banishment and Ruination of Cities. And we have a Solar Engine that gives the AoE Perfect Vigor aura. Guarding these things are 2 Skink Cohorts and 1 Temple Guard. The Temple Guard will become immune to Psychology whenever Mazdamundi is nearby. Remember that you could play with friends on one screen? It's fine now? Oh, okay. It's fine now. Wait, is fine like, it's fine, or like, it's actually good? No, because that was good. I was too young to like know Xbox Live was a thing on the original Xbox, so I only played with like my friends at my house and versus AI. I never got to play like a big battle with 16 player characters on each side. Otherwise, for the Beastmen, we have 5 Ungor Raiders, Malagor Dark Omen with just Flock of Doom, Centaurs with Great Weapons, and Centaurs of Tzeentch, Centaurs with Throwing Axes, including the Groghoofs of Wolf's Run, and 1 Korngor. You can see by the no infantry the Beastmen brought, I actually think Berserk was expecting something like this. We'll see if 5 archers and 4 throwing axes is enough to kill the Shredder of Lustria, but it could be. It is just fine. 2 out of 10 wouldn't recommend. Oh, okay. I'll stick with my Xbox original. Flock of Doom Overcast out from Malagor. He is going to slowly whittle down these Temple Guard. Come hell or high water, he will kill them. And the archers are here to peel away the Pterodon Riders, though if my greenskin archers versus Alfredino's Bomber Bats was anything to indicate, these guys are not going to get a lot of damage out on those unit types. Bound Banishment plus the Fire Leech Bull is coming in for the Ungor Raiders, going to rout them pretty quick. And the Shredder of Lustria is significantly faster than the Ungor Raiders. So as long as he's not actually waiting for his Temple Guard to catch up, if he is just going to take a charge on some Ungor Raiders and then back off into the Temple Guard, he will be able to catch these guys. The Ungor Raiders try and reposition. But they get snapped up, and Mazda's even going to use a net onto them. Wow. I thought he would save those for the Centaurs, but honestly, I don't hate it. Just guaranteed killing a free Ungor Raider. The Solar Engine getting left behind is a little problematic. There is a lot of healing, I guess, from Mazda's Apotheosis, so maybe he's not too worried about a little bit of damage here and there, but the Centaurs of Tzeentch don't mess around. They have really good armor-piercing stats, and they'll be just fine. Pterodon's trying to kite out Malagor Dark Omen. And the Stildon is fighting back against those Centaurs of Tzeentch, and the Shredder of Lustria is not interested in coming back to help out that guy. He and Mazda are moving on to other archers. Interesting. They did shatter one of the 5 archers before moving on. Olaf is up on damage value. His Solar Engine retreats into the Temple Guard, where more Centaurs are trying to charge in, but I mean, these are Temple Guard. They'll be okay. Ruination of Cities is out. Not very lucky on the tailing there. Didn't hit the Ungor Raiders and didn't hit the Groghoofs coming in, so pretty unlucky for the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are going to use some of their Pterodons to try and chase down the Ungor Raiders that are already routing. Looks like the other Pterodons want to just harass the Throwing Axes, which is appropriate. If Berserk's Throwing Axes can use all their ammo on the Shredder and Mazda, that'll be a really bad time. The Pterodon's making sure those guys, those Ungor Raiders, can't return. Already one Skink cohort has routed, though. The other one is fine. The Temple Guard have taken a lot of damage, too, as Malagor's just persistent Flock of Doom casting is doing very well for him. And he's just chasing down the Pterodons is also really good. He's not scared of these guys in melee. Malagor's a pretty bad melee combatant, but, I mean, he's better than Pterodons. For the Beastmen archers, only one of them is healthy and still firing. It looks like it's about to get rock dropped. The other ones are either so low they're going to keep routing over and over, or they already are routing. There go the rock drops, really good damage on the Angor Raiders, and their pathetic leadership might abandon them since there are, you know, dinosaurs overhead. That could do it. Balance of power is about 50-50. Berserk's only behind 1,000 damage value, which when your enemy is going to be healing a ton, you don't want to be behind at all, obviously. But he is doing the work right now of making sure to take out all the Pterodons, so then his throwing axes can be free and clear. Though I think his throwing axes have been using their ammo. Maybe that's how the Pterodons are getting so damaged, but I don't know if it's worth it. I think you just need your throwing axes for the Shredder and Mazda. I don't know if you can afford to use it on Pterodons. Maybe that's kind of the point of the build, is get the Pterodons, just absorb some ammunition, and you know they'll eventually die, but they're cheap enough. Because now you've got to get through all of Mazda and all of the Shredder with these throwing axes, otherwise you just lose. He doesn't have the melee prowess. It's not like he has a bunch of Minotaurs with great weapons waiting. Grogkov's the Wolf's Run get netted by Mazda Mundi. Locked in place. Still 5 seconds left on that net as the Shredder and the Solar Engine and Mazda are going absolutely nuts. Still, they've already taken out a third of those guys' models. A little more than a third as they start to retreat now. Terror Out will take them to safety, but the Shredder really wants to get any damage out it can on those guys. They're regenerating Centaurs, so they'll be back. They're at half strength, though. Mazda's going to heal himself up. Can't use too many Winds of Magic on nets, or he will run out of Winds of Magic to heal. And this Solar Engine could stop and start shooting back at these guys at any point, but it looks like Olaf for now is going to take the charges while he can. If Berserk's going to put these guys in melee range at all, he's going to take that fight. And I think if they actually start kiting him, like getting far enough away, then he'll turn on the Solar Engine and start shooting back at them. Second out of 2 Skinks is gone. The last Temple Guard is not feeling too great either. The Shredder and Mazda have abandoned it, so Berserk immediately pounces on it with some Centaurs, runs those Temple Guard down, and they'll be routing any second now. I wonder if Mazda even spares them a cold-blooded or if he just lets them die, which... That's pretty cold-blooded, so damn. All right. Lizardmen down to just 3 single entities, and they have a couple wounded Pterodons running around. For the Beastmen, we have some archers with a ton of ammunition, but not a lot of HP or leadership left. Korngors are routing, and they're above half HP. They didn't get their Unbreakable. They just routed before that. Dang. Mazda, the Solar Engine, and the Shredder all trying to find a fight. Berserk's trying to bait with Malagor. He knows Malagor can't take that much damage from these guys and then just get back up in the sky super easily, so he was just trying to bait them into taking a fight with him. But Mazda's not interested in it. He's still chasing stuff around, and there it is, another net. Really making sure these Centaurs with throwing axes have to fight him for a bit. But in come the Centaurs of Tzeentch, and this time you have no Halberds, you have no Skinks to keep you safe, so all the Centaurs are going to get hits. But speaking of all the Centaurs are going to get hits, Ruination of Cities coming in. Is it lucky this time? No, yes, and no. But that one yes did so much damage. And then a Bound Banishment coming down as well. Berserk's falling very far behind at this point as the Banishment is going straight through. He charges Centaurs into the Banishment as it curves back into them. So while the Ruination of Cities was incredibly unlucky in its trajectories it chose, the Banishment was fantastic, though a little bit of criticism could be levied towards Berserk for charging into it. After seeing it, he could just back off. Block of Doom down on the Pterodon Riders as Malagor continues to chase them. Other Pterodons busy harassing the archers out. I don't know if you have what's left to kill the Shredder of Lustria. Mazda has a lot of healing left to provide. And all of the big monsters are at half HP. No healing caps in sight, so it's not like they're even going to run out of health. Centaurs get a rear charge onto the Shredder of Lustria. Take a couple hundred HP off of it. Now they start to surround it. They take 1,000 HP off of it, too. Shredder has to be a little careful. Without any infantry support whatsoever, it actually can take a lot of damage. Yeah, in that trade, it took 2,000 HP. It's not nothing. There's an Apotheosis that it did need. And Pterodons in the distance chasing down some throwing axes, chasing down some Centaurs of Tzeentch. So these Pterodons are just this kind of annoying sky dog that makes sure anyone who's routing really pays the price for it. We have Skinks and Temple Guard trying to rally to Mazda Mundi's side as Centaurs with throwing axes isolate him for a little bit. They don't have armor piercing in melee. Pretty who cares? They're fine with it. Malagor's going to rear charge Shredder of Lustria for just extra, a little bit of damage, I suppose. He has 400 weapon strength, though not a lot of it's armor piercing. Another Flock of Doom is out, shatters the Skink cohort, might outright kill the Temple Guard. I think it is. 170 HP left for those guys. Solar Engine now gets swapped into ranged fire mode, so now it's going to force the Beastmen to come here and do something. Apotheosis back onto the Shredder of Lustria, more healing for him, but that good charge in from the Centaurs with Great Weapons does a lot of damage to Mazda, but his counter charge plus terror gets rid of them, turns it into a natural route, and the Shredder of Lustria is going to chase after it. With his weird little battleship-like gun turrets, as long as he's trying to chase you, he will get these little shots off into you as you're routing, and that'll do a lot of damage. Berserk is falling pretty far behind. I think Olaf is going to 2-0 this series. And call me a hater. Froghoof's terror routing away. 3 Lizardmen single entities still just killing it. And I bet Malagor wishes he had brought a Traitorkin caster instead after seeing 3 big single entities. Block of Doom is a very powerful spell right now, but Traitorkin, good at killing single entities. Final fight here for the Beastmen, all rallying around, getting some good side charges onto Mazda Mundi, onto the Shredder, onto the Solar Engine, but the Solar Engine is just chilling. The Solar Engine has kept all these guys at fresh vigor, completely fresh. So you look at the Beastmen are probably exhausted. Oh yeah, they're fresh because they have Rowdy. Are you fresh? You gotta be fresh. Shredder of Lustria is coming in to take a bite out of crime. Malagor's trying to get back into the sky. Does not manage to do it, but the Shredder does miss him on the way in. Other Centaurs are trying to help out, trying to charge back in, but their leadership falls. Army losses hits. That'll be GG 2-0 to Olaf. Well played to Olaf. I must say I'm surprised at the result. I'm not shocked. It's not like, how could he possibly have done it? Olaf is a great player, but I would have bet on Berserk, so it is a surprising result nonetheless. Congratulations, Olaf. Well done. Welcome to the semifinals. Ash did advance to fight Green One, so while we wait, here's the bracket, and I will try and find someone who is playing right now. So I'm messaging Green One, Ash, Alfredino, and Flower. Whoever lets me know they're in lobby next, we'll hop in wherever their series is at. Then I need Alfred and Ash. We have the Green One. The Green One's ready. Scorecard. Lock her up. What is his lobby? What is your lobby? What is your favorite color? What is the carrying capacity of a fully laden Olaf the Moose? My blocker is up, correct? Yes, it is. All right, great. We're loading in. We have Ash's Slanesh versus the Beastmen of Green One, unless they're about to change who they are because that was the game 1 composition. I don't know, but I do know that... I haven't included clan tags for anybody else, so I'm not going to include them. I know Green One is up 1. After destroying me in our quick battle, this filthy cheeser, who I have never had respect for in my entire life, who I would not consider a friend and a compatriot, is maybe gonna beat Ash. That's messed up. That can't be allowed to happen. Ash needs to punk this cheeser. I kid. Green one's a G. Big fan. This is game 2 between these two. Green One hasn't been on the competitive scene too much recently. He's played in some of my events. here and there, like the World Cup, he was on Team Mexico and whatnot, but I haven't seen him like seriously sweating land battles in quite a while. But when he is in form, he is very, very strong. Up in the realm of like, if he was fighting Alfredino or Berserk or Olaf the Moose is now in that conversation, you know, if he was fighting one of those guys, I'd say it's like 60-40, you know, where it's like, it's very feasible he wins. I just don't know what form he's in right now. Ash on the other side is a relatively new addition to our scene, but he rose quickly and now he is very good. He tops out our Vermin League ladder all the time, so he is very solid. He does benefit a little bit more from how much he plays rather than how well he plays in any exact moment. So when I say he's at the top of the ladder, it's not like he's not losing any games. It's just he does play a lot. So if he wins more than he loses and he plays a ton, he's going to get to the top. But I mean, you got to win a ton to get to the top, and this dude wins a ton. If Green One is out of practice, I would definitely think Ash is going to 2-0 reverse sweep. But seeing as Green One already has 1 win on the board, maybe he's feeling good. Maybe he's feeling solid. Ash betting it all on Slaanesh. Slaanesh taking Hellstriders and Seekers and Heart Seekers, the Eternal Entourage, some Fiends as well. Now, Seekers aren't as good into Beastmen. They're always good. They're always good. Don't try and misquote me. Seekers are always good. But the armor piercing isn't as useful versus Beastmen because they don't have armor for you to pierce. And their low armor means Centaurs, who are only 750, 700 gold, somewhere in there, can trade really well against your Seekers that are 900 or 950. So we'll have to be careful. But Azazel up in the sky with only Acquiescence. He didn't bring his Rampage spell. Interesting. This is a very strange Slaanesh build, honestly. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh as well. Front line of Forsaken and Spears. Inkar said you were talking shit about me. What's this? I didn't say nothing, Ash. I only said nice things. Ash is in chat. Ash is mad. On the other side, for the Beastmen of Green, when we have Groghooves of Wolf's Run and Centaurs of Throwing Axes, regular Centaurs as well, Ungor Spearman herds, Destroyers of the Drakewald, regular Centaurs in the back with some great weapons here and there in case of Chaos Knights or Chaos Warriors that you have to cycle charge or something. Sons of Goros, the ROR, great weapon, Beastmen Centaurs with their magic damage. We have Malagor Dark Omen, Doom and Darkness, and Flock of Doom. He also has something Wicked This Way Comes, which means he has -20 leadership if he's near something and casts Doom and Darkness, which can be really good against Seekers. With their demonic instability crumbling, you can take their 60 leadership to base 40, making it very easy for them to just crumble away. Dude, rip in cars. Oh, nope. It's laggy. It's lagging. The lag subsides briefly. Lag like that isn't that concerning. What's concerning is the lag that comes out of nowhere, right? When your game is going great and then all of a sudden it just stops dead, you know someone crashed. This, like, just kind of consistent lag towards the start, that just means the connection isn't that great, but it's better than a crash. An unfortunate Acquiescence at the start of the game is going to be wasted. The speed and melee defense debuff is just ignored because the Centaurs just ran away from the Fiends, and then the Fiends end up on top of Spearmen. They get a good charge on the Spearmen, do a little bit of damage and retreat, but overall that is going to be a bit of wasted Slaanesh time. On the flanks, though, we have Hellstriders and Seekers getting into fights, but again, they're getting into fights with cheap spears, and Centaurs are countercharging them on top of it, so these have been pretty bad engagements for early Slaanesh. And then the Eternal Entourage get a fight with Centaurs with great weapons. They will win that fight, but again, it's versus Beastmen. You're going to take more damage than you want to, as Flock of Doom plus Malagor dive in. I wouldn't be shocked if he used the Doom and Darkness right now, because look at their leadership tanking out as they get rear charged. More Centaurs come over to deal with these Hellstriders. Forsaken going to show up, and they will win the frontline fight, but this is the end of the Eternal Entourage. A 1,600 gold unit just getting deleted, not even killing a whole Centaur. That is just a complete disaster for Slaanesh. They've already lost the Hellstrider as well. There go the Eternal Entourage. Azazel not bringing Rampage is still very confusing to me. I don't understand it. Rampage is OP. Maybe play Astrobot? That's a good game. True. Acquiescence is down onto these Centaurs as Azazel rear charges in. He's probably going to try and Lord Snipe Malagor, because at this point, I don't want to call it too early, but he's already in the territory where he needs some kind of crazy turnaround to make this game his. Seeker's going to die pretty soon. Fiends fighting against these Centaurs, but there's still a lot of Centaurs for Green One nearby that could be offering support, and honestly, they're not. What are the Sons of Goros doing out there? I think they chased something off the map, but they need to get moving. These guys also need to get moving, as Malagor might be getting sniped out without their support, so Green One not moving all of his units in time. Green Bean. Get a move on. Get some hustle. Some Centaurs, great weapons, get peeled off by Azazel. So do some other Centaurs. Ungur Spearmen are shattering. And Ash is falling back to his superior infantry line. We do have Forsaken and Spears for him. They're still very healthy, so if he can slowly pressure the Beastmen back, that'd be great. This flank for Slaanesh is going decently. Azazel needs to join this fight soon. He does cause terror. He could tear out those guys off the field, but a good rear charge in from the Sons of Goros. Immediately smack down those Seekers. They get hit with the Tier 3 Fascination Rampage, though. Really good armor ability. Does half their HP while rampaging them. Hey, Rot, Glorious Rot from Nurgle, take notes. You can actually deal damage to a unit, you piece of garbage. Ugh, I hate that tier 3 ability for Nurgle. It's needed buff since the game came out. Rampage. The tier 3 Rampage for Slaanesh is better and does more damage and does a Rampage. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. They can't be allowed. Other Centaurs with great weapons might get peeled off. These Hellstriders are holding for a while, and Green One's tactical reserve Centaurs are costing him a lot. They need to get moving. They need to be getting better engagements. The start of the game was amazing for the Beastmen, but they are falling behind slowly. Slowly but surely, Ash has taken the bounce power lead. Ash has taken the damage value lead. Now, some of that's a little fraudulent because I don't think Flock of Doom counts on gold damage value sometimes, but also I know Demonic Instability doesn't. And Ash has a lot of strength left in infantry, which if you can stall this game out, Malagor can spam Flock of Doom in the late game. You can cycle charge with your throwing X-Cav, so you'll be fine if you can take out the mobility of Slaanesh. But Acquiescence and Soporific Musk lowering the stats of the Groghoves by quite a lot as the Fiends and the Hellstriders continue to poke these guys down. They're down to half HP from full. Bounce power gets even a little bit better for Slaanesh. The Sons of Goros are shattered off. And Azazel's lurking, still full HP, completely undaunted by the state of the game so far. Centaurs with great weapons charge into Forsaken. Don't get a ton of damage out against those Forsaken. They are getting shot in the back by Skirmish Cav this whole time. I'm starting to get worried about the Beastmen as Ash takes a 3,000 damage value lead just about. Fiend's gonna fade away at last. Is that the last Fiend? That is. No more Fiends for Slaanesh. No more Seekers either, so everything here is mortal besides Azazel himself. No Seekers, no Fiends. Still have Forsaken buzzsawing through a lot of Ungur Spearman herds. And then Azazel dives down the Groghoves as they get charged by Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. Marauder Horsemen, ooh, looking kind of thick. God damn, look at him. Look at that guy. That's a big guy. Anyway, chase off the Groghoves with the help of Azazel. Other Centaurs are throwing X's charge in the rear. Centaurs great weapons charge in the front. They're just trying to catch these Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, who honestly past them without much issue. A couple get caught up here and there, but a lot of them actually made it through. Beastmen just trying to regain the mobility advantage. Maybe if you can slow this down, like I said, spam Flock of Doom, you can still kill off all these infantry, so just get rid of anything that's fast for Slaanesh and you'll be okay. As far as that objective goes, we are down to a super dead Hellstrider and a half-health Marauder Horseman of Slaanesh with only 2 volleys left, so the Beastmen are close to gaining that true mobility advantage that they need. Still a full health Spearman, full health Forsaken, 2 half-health units as well. 1 Spearman, 1 Forsaken. Flock of Doom is a hell of a drug, though. Destroyers of Drakewald try and slow down the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh who charge straight through them, and then a chain route from the Beastmen is going to begin. I think the Destroyers routing nearby will cause that other one to route. There we go. And then being alone might cause this last one to route, as Malagor has abandoned this fight a while ago. Sweet Sorrow gives these guys vigor back and 133 speed. They are booking. They are cooking away from those Centaurs. They will not allow themselves to be caught. Malagor and this Centaur with throwing axes route off the final Hellstrider, but get back into the sky before Azazel can do too much damage to them. But what is concerning is the late game is going to be just this Centaur throwing axes and Malagor versus all this stuff. There's no other Ungur Spearman herds, there's no other Centaurs, and I don't know if these units can kill 4 infantry, a full health Azazel, and then that random almost dead Marauder Horseman. Is that a tier 3 armor ability or is that a net? That is a net. Narcissism down from Azazel. Azazel's not nearby to capitalize on it, but the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh do get in there. Use last their ammunition, get a little bit of damage out, and Azazel is still pathing his way over. 3 seconds left on the Narcissism. I don't think he's really going to get here in time, so unfortunately, that wasn't a perfectly played Narcissism. It was pretty solid, but Azazel probably should have been nearby if you were going to use that kind of net. Is that a tier 3 Rampage? No. Acquiescence, going to slow him down. Got it. I've really been hoping for a tier 3 Rampage, but I think he would have used it by now if he had it. Or he might be waiting on the cooldown. Depends on how much army ability he was able to farm off the Beastmen. Malagor is going to start spamming out Flock of Doom on these infantry. My main concern is not actually the infantry. I think Malagor and the Centaur could actually kill all 4 of these infantry right now, just considering how strong Flock of Doom is and all that stuff. My main problem is how do you kill Azazel? I don't think they can. I believe Ash is going to take us to 1-1. Green one can stall this out as long as he likes casting Flock of Doom, but eventually you have to fight the Demon Prince in the sky, and he's going to do just fine. Ash starts to separate out too. He realizes that you only have so many Flock of Dooms. So if he has his Devoted Marauders just out of range, you only Flock of Doom 2 things at once. Green one, just throwing axes and running around. Acquiescence onto Malagor, and the Flock of Doom actually does damage to him. Normally, Malagor is too fast. Overcast damage can't hit him. Like, he's literally too fast, because for some reason, overcast damage is coded as an explosion that you can dodge and not, like, direct damage. So slowing him down with Acquiescence actually made him take that damage. But Azazel is 5 speed faster and getting charge bonus. But flying units don't chase like units on the ground do. They don't usually have charge animations or attack while moving animations. So they tend, even if you're faster, it is very hard to hit something that is flying away from you if you are also flying. Centaur is continuing to kite out Slaanesh. Do not think there is that much hope. But it is a try-hard tournament with a prize on the line, so he's not going to give up before it's over. Still have 9 volleys left of throwing axes. Malagor, I don't know how many Flock of Dooms he truly has left. That'd be one nice thing to have, is Winds of Magic for casting, just knowing what Winds of Magic are around. 3-person overcasted Flock of Doom, the best Malagor can hope for at this point. Almost takes out a Forsaken. There we go. The Forsaken is routing. Green one's come back on that damage value quite a bit. Another Acquiescence down. This one was overcast. Interesting. Lowers their speed by 50%, but they're still faster than any of these Slaanesh infantry. I guess it's just Azazel himself is trying to catch this thing. Throw, my little throwing axes. Throw. Azazel tries to land on him. Does throw down Demon Blade with his Discourage. He's really trying to just terror out these guys and knock them off the map, because then from there he can chase them. But it's not going to work out. Throwing axes just peel them away. The Forsaken in the distance might rally. Who knows? I don't know how much Winds of Magic Malagor has. That is a big thing to be concerned about, is if he doesn't have Flock of Dooms anymore, then this is all kind of a moot point, isn't it? Does the Forsaken just get run around the map? Throwing axes continue to pelt the Forsaken. Dun, 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 dun. 6 volleys left. Malagor dives in, immediately gets Acquiescence overcasted yet again. He just gets back into the sky instantaneously. It looks like he didn't fully land. He was just kind of doing the landing thing, but since he hadn't made contact with anyone, he could get back in the sky. Malagor's weird. Malagor's very weird. He can always fly somehow. Just never gets caught. Throwing axes continue to pelt the Forsaken. We're down to just a half-health Devoted Spear and a 3/4 health Azazel for Slaanesh, because these two are so low that I don't think it really matters. Malagor hasn't used a Flock of Doom in a while, though, so I'm starting to guess he doesn't have one. Cast another game, come back at 20 minutes. I suppose. Centaurs take a quick charge onto the melee infantry. That might prove to be a mistake, as they take a couple hundred damage. Now they're on their way out. We're trying to rout these guys. We're not successful. As the spears held, they're all ITP, so they don't care that Malagor causes fear. Malagor does not cause fear. Another Acquiescence overcast, but no one's in range of hitting them. What's your angle here, Azazel? Malagor tries to dodge out. Centaur is very low on HP, though. And again, like we said, I don't know, 75 minutes ago. The main problem is Azazel's still very healthy. So in the late game, even when you run out of ammunition, let's say you rout these other guys, what do you do about him? If the Centaurs were full HP, maybe. They are not. Malagor hasn't used a Flock of Doom in a very long time. I'm guessing he's out of Winds of Magic. That, or he is really banking on a Doom and Darkness to take Azazel out in the late game, and he's saved up the Winds of Magic for that. But if he had the Winds of Magic for Flock of Doom, now would be the time, because it does more damage the more models you still have, up to a cap. But as you snipe them out with throwing axes, your Flock of Dooms are going to get less and less effective. Centaurs continue to run in circles. 2 ammo left before they're going to have to melee engage. They hit the Forsaken mostly. think they're a little worried about the Devoted Marauders with spears, but maybe they're just more shakeable than the Forsaken. Malagor tries to distract them and allow for a rear charge from the Centaurs. It's not going to work out. Centaurs only have one throwing axe volley left. They try and throw it at Azazel, but it's not quite active. It doesn't quite work. Azazel's going to rout off Malagor, and that is GG. I respect the hustle. I respect the attempt, but the writing was on the wall for quite a while for that game. You couldn't kill Azazel. There was no shot of killing him. So he finally caught Malagor. He finally hit him twice and just ended the game. Ash brings us to 1-1. Slaanesh Forsaken did fine, cleaving through what little front line there was. Seekers didn't get a ton of value. Hellstriders did better. Mortal units just easier to keep in the fight. The Heartseekers ROR got wrecked. Absolutely destroyed. And the One Fiend did fine. On the other side, Malagor did amazingly. Centaurs did okay. Centaurs Grey Opens did okay. Centaurs Throwing Axes, mixed. I mean, one did great, the other one got wrecked. GG. Blocker up, game 3. The winner of this goes to fight Olaf the Moose. We will probably just follow that, so there's no awkward waiting period. As Flower and Alfredino continue to scrap Inkar's weights. Or Inkar's. How long ago did Alfredino and Flower match up? How close are they done, do we think? All right, they queued about 50 minutes ago, so Flower Alfredino has to be ending soon. I'm going to say something controversial, Conquest. Conquest what? Conquest how? 2 hours since you last played. Please don't punish you. I wouldn't. I don't think Conquest solves all your problems. It still takes 10 minutes after you've captured the point. So 1 minute for the point to unlock, 10 minutes to capture, like, to win off capture alone. That's 11 minutes. And as we discussed in some of our kite games don't even go 11 minutes, and they're still pretty sloggy, so it's like, okay, that can still happen to you on Conquest. Game 3 for Ash will be on Ash Plains. Feels like some home field advantage. How hyped would you be for a 40k Total War game, Hummus? Here's the thing. If you asked me a year ago, I'd probably not give a shit because I don't care about 40k. I like Space Marine 2. That's fun. I like Darktide. That's fun. But I don't like the lore of 40k. It's not my aesthetic. And I'm generally, as a nerd, I'm more of a fantasy nerd than a space nerd. So all those would make me go, okay. But here's the thing. After learning how big the 40k community is and just being a YouTuber, if they made a Total War 40k, I hope it's amazing so that I can cast it and grow the channel and get viewers. I'd still have fun with it. I'd prefer fantasy over 40k, but whatever gets the viewers is fine. So, sure. Screw it. In cars, that is the most fair. Watching the best of the best movie. No, I think Hummus needs to release an 80s movie style training montage. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. You can't make me. Absolutely not. I refuse. Turin's the 80s movie guy. I'm not the 80s movie guy. I'm an early 2000s movie guy. And even then, I was never the biggest movie person. I have been a video game goon for as long as I can remember. $40k viewers would be a lot? Hell yeah. I like 40k for the money. I don't dislike 40k. I do dislike 40k's lore, and that's entirely a personal thing. I'm not saying it's bad lore. I'm not saying it's objectively bad. It's just not my thing. Like, I generally like stories about a finite community going through whatever they're going through and being affected by it. And that community can be like a squad of people, it can be one person, it can be a town, but I do like to be finite. The problem with 40K for me and how I enjoy media is nothing matters. And I know that's kind of the point. I know a lot of people enjoy that. That's fine. You can enjoy that. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. But I personally don't get a lot out of like, the orcs blew up an entire planet. Anyway, there's like several billion other planets all populated by people. The galactic population is like 17 trillion. So 100 million people dying means nothing. There are always as many of blank as we need. And if you're like, wow, that sounds like Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, I've never said the Warhammer Fantasy books are good. I've said they're funny. I make videos on them. Most of my videos are silly and memeing. None of my videos have been like, this is great storytelling. None of my videos have been like, this is objectively good literature. Opinions on No Country for Old Men. Never saw it. 40K rules, fantasy rules, Star Wars sucks. I liked the prequel trilogy, but maybe that's because I grew up with it. I suggest Gaunt's Ghost series then. This commissioner sacrificed 100,000 troops to win. Oh wow. Anyway, yeah, but you know, I'm not trying to say Warhammer Fantasy's better because all Warhammer lore is the same. All Warhammer lore is not, it doesn't take itself very seriously. Which if that's what you enjoy, then it's pretty fun. It's a good time. I can enjoy some of that. I enjoy it with Skaven because I'm in that mindset for Skaven. My biggest example in fantasy would be Dark Elves. Dark Elves pretend to take themselves seriously and then just don't. Where it's like, Dark Elves are the best of the best, and they're so amazing, and they train forever in the cold, barren wastes to be the best killers on the planet. Anyway, like, several billion of them rush some High Elves, and all the Dark Elves die, but they take the fort through sheer numbers. So, Dark Elves. And I'm like, well, you see, you tried to show me them being badass, but then you just showed them being chaff. Are they chaff or are they badass? Figure it out. At least Skaven are like, we're chaff, we know we're chaff, millions of us are gonna die. So. What up, Sagos? We were talking about Star Wars The Clone Wars again, just for you. This is one of the Vermin League tournaments, right? This is not the playoffs. This is the final qualifier for the best Warlord. So, yeah, we're getting towards the end. Ash and Green winner in Game 3 of their series, and then we'll have a semifinal and then a final. There are obviously 2 semifinals, but we won't be casting them both live. Just due to time. Like, people are taking a while to get their series done, so I'm not going to make people wait for me. We're just going to keep this shit moving, because people are taking forever. Which is fine. I get it. I do get it. As, like, a try-hard tournament, there are some people that just take forever to pick their faction, to pick their army, to load in, to reconsider and consider it. I'm just not that kind of player. So when I load up, I'm just like, I know generally what I want. Bam, 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 bam. I'm good to go. But I get it. So I'm not trying to rush them, but that also doesn't mean I should cast both semifinals and slow this down further. If you want to see the bracket, it's over here. So Olaf and Inkars are waiting in semifinals. We're with Green 1 and Ash right now. They're entering Game 3. Flower and Alfredino have matched for like 50 minutes, so I don't know where they're at. It's been a very long time. Feels more tangible, like there's actual locations that kind of matters where stuff happens. I very much prefer fantasy over 40k too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is chat chaff? Absolutely not. Chat is perfect. Turns chat? Chaff. Whenever he streams, he has like 1,900 viewers. So those are chaff. You can lose some. Who cares? It's fine. He can just throw his Skaven slaves at everybody. Me, I only have 120 viewers on a good day. You are all precious to me. You are my storm vermin. You will never die. Can you get a video? Can we get a video where we review the Iliad? I would have to reread it, but sure. Imagine actually carefully crafting your pick 3 instead of locking in factions because the vibe feels right. Couldn't be me. Dude, Olaf, it's fair. I said different strokes for different folks. It's fine. Fine. Oh, crap. In the game, people are doing things. Okay, final game between Ash and a green one. It looks like we have Khorne Empire, and Ash immediately locks it in. Is, Romancer something still in chat? I know you're gonna get mad at me forgetting your name. You've only been commenting on like the last 3 streams, so I don't fully remember your name yet. But there's someone romantic or romancer who constantly posts about how great the Empire is. I hope they're still here. I've read the Iliad once in school, once outside of school, and I've forgotten a lot of the details. I know there is a lot of, I am this character and I challenge you to a duel. This is my spear, handed to me from my grandfather to my father, which I stole from my father when I went off to war. My shield is made out of copper, drawn from Greece, forged in Persia, sent back to Greece, forged again in Greece, melted down for coins and turned the coins into a shield. And the other guy's like, my name is Devin. I have a rock. That's it. Hey, Peaceful Romancer is here. What up, dude? What up? You're about to get Outrider and Elspeth Kite. You remember earlier when I didn't want to play Skaven into Empire because Alfredino was playing? It's because we get Elspeth and Pistolier Kite. You're getting kited, son. You're getting kited. It's not shocking, though. I mean, when you're playing Khorne, you kind of expect to get kited these days. Khorne is real strong in melee. They are very bad at dealing with kite. So when you're playing them, why would you opt into melee? It makes sense. That actually is a banger origin story for that shield, though. It's true. It's true. We haven't gotten to cast in-cars all day. If Flower and Alfredino finish their game in a reasonable amount of time, we should hop over and watch in-cars just so he gets on this gosh dang stream, because he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard. If you asked Houseplant, Empire was always a kite faction. You're gonna hear me cast in-cars all day. If Flower and Alfredino... There we go. My mic doesn't feel like it's peaking as much, so if the volume is good, if I'm not a lot quieter than the game, then that's solid. Fantastic story, but the full unabridged one where Homer talks about the style of the sandals is a bit rough. Yeah, I did. For sure. The green one build made me cry. Segos, is it because it's pretty much your frickin' build? Anyway, we have 4 Outriders, an Empire Engineer, no restock. He's just using him as like a single entity war wagon. Elspeth von Draken with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, plus her Dragon Breath attack, obviously. We have a couple Spearmen, but not a lot to give Khorne a lot of army passive. And then we have Empire Knights and Knights of the Black Rose. I've taken the minor liberty of having Coffin built for 2 milady. Solid oak, reinforced with iron, lined with the freshest Nuln velvet. No. Also, Segos, you took this build all the time. You took out this build all the time. I don't want to hear your nonsense. All right, on the other side, there are 4 Forsaken. Valkia the Bloody, butt naked. No spells or abilities. Well, not spells, obviously, but no abilities for her. 4 Fleshhounds of Khorne, 2 Blood Beasts of Khorne, 2 Minotaurs of Khorne. Khorne's gonna run at them. Elspeth is semi-useless here. I agree this isn't the best matchup for Elspeth because Valkia is not big enough to get hit consistently with the coruscating blast. But, yeah, and Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna isn't great here either. Me no likey Elspeth. Yee. Holy naked Valkia, what does this world come to? Weird Hummus the Rat propaganda is happening here. Like, all you ODM players play a lot of Outrider or Pistolier Kite with an Engineer and Elspeth. There's a lot of it going on, Segos. Maybe not in this exact matchup you wouldn't take Elspeth, but I've definitely seen you take Elspeth and Outriders and stuff versus the Skaven, where you dove Elspeth to her death into a bunch of Rat Ogres. I remember that, because Elspeth's breath attacks kept missing the Gracier, you chancer. Peaceful Romancer hoping for the best out of his Empire Kite. Oh, also Segos, yeah, that looked really bad. That looks like Elspeth is terrible here as her breath attack hits Valkia at point blank range, tracking into her. Yeah, Elspeth's terrible. She's terrible here. Why would you bother? As the Spirit Leech is also going to hit Valkia the Bloody. Death's Timekeeper not being used yet for the extra snipe, but wants to save it in case Elspeth needs a little bit of healing. Empire Spearmen are about to be run down. Run down like the dogs they are as the Knights of the Black Rose get into a fight, but Flesh Hounds and Blood Beasts should be able to beat them, as Forsaken will catch up to the Spearmen eventually and beat them down. Odium players not play the same factions challenge. Not my fault Ash didn't take the shield. Valkia is already pretty low as Elspeth's trying to get back up into the sky. Now, Khorne, wherever they're getting into the melee, they're doing very well. We can see these Spearmen are already routing. These Empire Knights are already routing. So any actual fight Khorne gets, they are going to dominate, and they are doing very, very nicely. The problem is what if you don't get the fights? But Ash, able to get some of his Flesh Hounds onto the Outriders. The Outriders aren't fully able to get away. These are not Pistoliers. They can't fire while they run away. Elspeth back up in the sky. Her breath attack is off cooldown, but I wonder if she's even going to bother using it right now. It looks like she's maybe trying to get distance for that. I'm not sure, though. Might turn and use it on Valkia any second. We will see. One Outrider is dead out of the 4. 3 are still healthy and fine. Empire Knights and Knights of the Black Rose trying to hold back the forces of Khorne, but that is a difficult task that they are not up to in any fashion. Ash is ahead on damage value. He's ahead on balance of power. The Engineer is still trying to shoot Valkia, as is Elspeth. Elspeth's probably just waiting for Spear Leech, though honestly your breath attack is only good versus single entities, so might as well just use it on Valkia. Because if you kill Valkia, nothing else can even touch Elspeth, so Elspeth's free and clear. There's no range units for Khorne on the ground, and they didn't bring any flyers besides Valkia. Fleshhounds catching the Outriders. Fleshhounds are faster, and the Outriders are not 360 shooting, so they are going to get run down quite easily. Spirit Leech onto Valkia, again lowering her HP. Elspeth decided against the breath attack earlier as the Blood Beasts and Fleshhounds catch more of the Outriders, chasing them down, and now they're right next to the white line, so those Outriders are actually going to go straight off the map and just die. And it looks very dire for the Empire right now. Of course, getting blast at point blank range with Death's Timekeeper did kill off Valkia, it looks like. No, still has 2 casts of it, so just actually fighting him. Relentless Rage makes Valkia unbreakable and cannot die, but Elspeth has missed multiple attacks in a row. She's not a very good combatant. She has missed more attacks in a row. There she finally gets a good hit in, just as Undying Rage or whatever finally wears off, and then Valkia takes a bunch of damage and dies. Khorne has lost leadership. Let's see if it is enough to rout them off, as we are losing more Knights of the Black Rose and Empire Knights. We have 1 Outrider left. All of the other Outriders are gone, so very little DPS left for the Empire, as Elspeth and some Knights of the Black Rose are going to take a fight with Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are demonic units. They will not terror out so easily. They are also not as easily charged down as regular dogs are. Elspeth still getting good damage out, though. Outriders getting snagged up in this fight. They don't want to be here. They're trying to kite away, but a lot of their models are getting trapped in here with all these dogs and nonsense. We'll see if they can get to safety, as the Fleshhounds are about to fade away. Without Valkia's leadership, those demonic units are quite a bit squishier. Green one has kind of stabilized at about minus 2,000 damage value. And I'm really curious what these 2 breath attacks are going to do, because they're, as far as I know, they're only good versus single entities. So I don't know if they even punish a blob of Minotaurs or something particularly effectively. We'll have to see, but you have to do something. Elspeth has a lot of gold. And now that the Lord is dead, she doesn't have a whole lot left to do. Elspeth turns around, breath attack coming in now. But that hyper-focused laser beam, it does insane damage versus single entities, not nearly as much versus multi-entity models, as we can see. Fleshhound still chasing down the Outriders, trying to kill them off. Are we gonna get another late game like the Centaurs with throwing axes in Malagor, where you have a flying lord and a skirmish cav? The skirmish cav just tries to kill the whole army. It's not gonna work. Looks like Ash does not want that to happen. 3 Fleshhounds pile in onto these Outriders to take them out, leaving us with just an Engineer, 1 Knight of the Black Rose, and Elspeth, which is not enough to win, most likely. Elspeth's trying to path through 1,000,000 Fleshhounds of Khorne. She is kind of doing it, as some Knights come to her aid. Very low HP on those Knights, and there's Blood Beasts behind them, but Elspeth really wants to get in the sky. She flies at the last second, leaving the Knights to die beneath her. I'm just checking on chat for a second. Empire build had nothing kill Fleshhounds. Yeah, I do think Pistoliers would have been better here because they could shoot while running away. Elspeth was a bit of an odd choice, like Segos is saying in chat. I mean, I generally get her useful case, but then the breath attacks weren't used super aggressively on Valkia, and now it's like, okay, well, what are they going to do from this point? Knights of the Black Rose get into a final fight with Forsaken and Minotaur's Khorne. Death's Timekeeper plus a dive in from the Dragon, trying to break this area, though Forsaken are naturally ITP, or is it just their Frenzy? I'm trying to remember if they actually have ITP. Don't know. Another Spirit Leech out from Elspeth as she tries to damage these guys, trying to get the Minotaurs to route 2, but they also have ITP because of Blood Greed. So a lot of immune to psychology stuff, and the green one's just going to throw in the towel. Outrider Kite failed the green one, and the full Khorne rush did prevail at the end of the day. Elspeth got 2,000 value, Engineer got like 750. Knights of the Black Rose didn't get as much. Empire Knights got crushed, and Outriders, very, very little damage for them. GG's the green one. We'll see you next time, as Alfredino did beat Flower. See if Incars is in a lobby already. If possible, we'll drop down to see Alfredino versus Incars, since Incars hasn't gotten on stream today, but if they are busy or already in-game, we'll just hang out with Ash and Olaf, not a big deal. Skyla meta? That's not a thing. You are a liar. Skyla was not here. You have fibbed. I am leaving this place. Alrighty. So Incars and Alfredino are queuing up now. So this will be our semi-final, and then we'll just cast finals. Spec slot, please. Okay. I have the blocker up. We're good. We're back with Alfred. Alfred and Incars. So how did an Iliad stream come up? I don't know. People are memeing. So we have Alfredino versus Incars. Both semifinals are underway. Olaf and Ash on the other side of the bracket. Good luck, lads. I saw Sila blind streamer. What? I'm gonna rewind the stream now, and I'm gonna be pissed if you're all lying to me. There was no Sila. You're all liars. Are you a mythology guy? I kind of was in college, but not anymore. I don't keep up on it. Hey, Totsky, it's been a while. Blah, blah. The gaslight is going crazy. I don't like any of you people. You realize I can back up the stream. I can see it. I can see that you're all liars. I can see it. If Norse got a generic caster on the Frostworm, do you mean the Chaos Frost Dragon or do you mean the actual Frostworm of Kislev? Skyla's the best character in mythology. Lies and slander. Life be crazy. Life do be crazy. Question for the chat. Question. Serious question. Sober up. Question. How's the audio volume compared to the game? When we're in game, is it hard to hear me over the people going like "Marr!" and slapping into each other, or is it good? Because I increased the limiter so that the microphone wouldn't peak as much, but that lowers my overall volume. Just want to make sure I can be heard well. The Frost Dragon? Yeah. Don't tell me I'm sober. Shut up. Oh, okay. I don't notice the in-game audio? That's troubling. Should be able to. It's on. Yeah, it's on. I think if I zoom in, you'll hear more like "Meow. Meow." It's perfectly fine. We can't hear you. Oh, based. Inconceivably based. In-game audio is probably pretty low. It's meant to be. Yeah. I kind of like the balance I strike for it is trying to have it be background. So like if something's happening, you can kind of hear it in the background, but mostly hearing me. Because if I'm fighting for volume with the game, then that's just going to be confusing and bleh. Fireball being positive. Meow meow being negative, as always. No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't be so mean to Meow Meow. Meow Meow deserves better. Meow Meow is always here, always enjoying our content, always supportive, and I'm just a jerk to him. Maybe Skyla needs to fix your audio. He's so fast. No, he's trash. In cars hops on greenskins. Alfredino immediately hops on to Beastmen on a small map, the River of Amazon. Okay. This is not going to be a particularly long one. Beastman greenskins on a small map should be pretty darn quick. Meow meow, I appreciate that humor, but I'm not going to read it out loud because I will be demonetized and kicked out of this place. Behind the blocker, Alfredino has set up a Beastman build made primarily from Kairos Fate Weaver. On the other side, Inkar's greenskins strangely are just the Empire. It's just the Empire. They painted their faces green, and something that's not politically correct anymore, so you shouldn't be doing that. Come on, guys. You can't just pretend to wah your way through. Give Skyla mod? No. No. Skyla's trash. You've let the worst people in here. I don't know if I'll ever get around to calling greenskins orcs and goblins, by the way. I know Games Workshop's pushing that pretty hard, but it's just weird. Because here's the thing. Let's go. Hey, Dark Horse. Here's the thing about the orcs and goblins thing. I get what they're trying to do, because greenskins can be kind of a, like, you can kind of misconstrue it into an insensitive term, and I do get that, but, like, saying a faction is orcs and goblins, the whole faction needs to be orcs and goblins, which is not. So you'd have to change the faction name to be orcs, goblins, giants, trolls, squigs, boars. And that's just a mouthful. I don't know. I'm not vibing with it. I don't think, even if they want to change the name, I just don't think that's a good name to change it to. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Orcs and goblins. And the orcs and goblins caster is going in, and he's going wild. Ah! That's why they call themselves elves, dragons, and phoenixes, etc. Yeah, dude. Here we go. Here we go. Beastmen Greenskins. For a little bit, in-cars behind the blocker had a rogue idol and an arachnarok spider, and I was very concerned about his chances of winning. He backed down, so he's fine. Skyla's on the Beastman roster, fits in with the cows and other monkeys. I don't know if Skyla is on the Beastman roster, actually. I know he's on Norska. I think he's on Warriors of Chaos. I know he's on Khorne. I don't think he's on the Beastman now that I say that. Just call him the boys. Itotsky, I would get behind that. I could get behind the boys. I could. Orcs plus Goblin to OG. Sir Catbeard, another good one. Du Bois has topped your name. Why didn't chat get to talk to Games Workshop? Why didn't Games Workshop come to you guys for the names? These names are banger. Du Bois, that's good. That is really good. I also like the OG. I think Du Bois has more market value than OG, because OG means a lot of things, but I also like OG. All right. As the armies are getting set up for in-cars in his greenskins, we have Forest Goblin Spider Riders, Orc Boar Biggins, including the Broken Tusk mob, more Forest Goblin Spider Riders, the melee variant. We have Orc Biggins and Orc Boy Spears in the front line, Ruglin's Armored Orcs, and 2 Orc Arboys, one of which is Savage. Then we have Night Goblin Warboss with his Rampage and Net, Orc Shaman with just Brainburster and Fists of Gork. Then we do have 2 Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers. On the other side, for the Beastmen, we have Malagor Dark Omen, Flock of Doom, and Doom and Darkness for Alfredino. The Butcher's Scout Guard regenerating terror-causing Minotaurs, then Centaurs with Tzeentch, Centaurs with great weapons, 4 Ungor Raiders, some Ungor Spearman Herds, and more Centaurs of Tzeentch. Centaurs of Tzeentch are neat to take into Orc Boar Biggins, because if they're Savage Orc Boar Biggins, you have magic damage to get through their physical resistance, and if they're regular Orc Boar Biggins, you have armor piercing to get through their armor. So they're kind of a bit of a catch-all. They're good against any Orc Boar Boy. Should have called the Empire the Mantide. Must be nice. Alfred thought about deploying in the Vanguard, then decided to deploy very far back instead. I can get that. I understand that. It's very tempting, and I often make this mistake, but I hope Incars doesn't try to Rampage Malagor, because he's not going to get enough damage out to make that worth it. I hope he rampages random Centaurs into bad fights, but we'll see. The Empire's what if a shonen protagonist was a country? Grievin, that's good. I like that. That's good. Grievin, you're the knower of all things. Is Turin streaming right now? By the way. Forest Goblin Spider Riders hiding in the forest. The Beastmen do get a charge onto them. The Forest Goblins take the free charge. They did not get attack orders in time. So the Beastmen do get a really good charge, and they're taking down those Forest Goblins, because both sides are unaffected by the trees. other Forest Goblins are joining this fight, but there's a lot of problems coming their way. I don't think the Greenskins want this fight overall, to be honest. There's a lot of bad guys coming. Brain Bursted down, disrupt some of the Beastmen formations, but good dodge by Alfredino. Let only the Butchers of Calgard get hit by it. As the Orc Boar begin, ROR starts to run away. Centaurs and the Butchers of Calgard are after him. Orc Boy spears block them for a bit. And, I mean, they're spear units, they're Orc Boys. If they can stay in the fight for a while, they'll be okay. Spider Riders are having the issue I have with Spider Riders, why I never take these guys, is they just don't feel like they deal any damage, ever. I'd kind of despise them. So the left flank is going very poorly for the Greenskins. The right flank maybe will go better as we have Spider Riders fighting against Centaurs, but again, they just feel like they don't do any damage, so I'm not optimistic this is going to go well. They're even getting buffed by the Spite of the Bad Moon, and they're still doing no damage. That is alarming and scary, as archers pour fire into the Centaurs, already doing way more damage. Turin is streaming? Nice. Nice. I'm kind of surprised we even have 100 viewers when Turin's streaming. Normally our viewership tanks quite a lot when he's online. Orc Biggins and Orc Boy Spears trying to find a fight somewhere. Damage value is very even for now, as the Orc Biggins will tear through the Ungor Sprinterheads pretty easily and get onto those archers in the backline. But the Forest Goblin Spider Riders are not doing well versus Centaurs in any capacity. Orc Boar Biggins catch one Centaur over here, and they're pretty close to the white line, so they might get pushed all the way off. We'll see. Damage value still very even as the Orc Shaman starts to take some damage. Has this guy used any of his rampages yet? No. So all the fermented fungi still available. Not rampaging any of the Beastmen's just yet here. Swamp Thing's getting Doom and Darkness as they fight against the Butchers of Calgard. Butchers of Calgard fighting on top of Orc Boy Spears against the Swamp Things. Not the best for them. The Swamp Things have to fight in the woods, which lowers their stats a little bit. The Butchers of Calgard have woodsmen, so they're perfectly fine with this outcome. Waz popped, giving some of the Orc Auror boys better stats to hold on as Orc Biggins try and come back here and fight a little bit. In the trees, the Centaurs of Tzeentch beating up on Orc Boar Biggins and other Centaurs running down the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. And I'm sure Incars is not happy with the performance of his little Spider Riders right now. They've just kind of failed him at every turn. He is up on damage value just slightly, is 1,000 up, though I don't know how much has been fraudulent because I still think Malagor's Flock of Dooms don't always count. We will see. As the bounce power is in the favor of the Beastmen despite the potential damage lead of our friends, the Greenskins. Another Flock of Doom on like 1 billion units. And the Night Goblin Warboss has 2 fermented fungi left, so he has used one of them at some point. Butchers of Calgard in the backfield, half HP and healing up. Centaurs for Alfredino cleaning out the sides and getting more battlefield presence. The bounce power goes further against the Incars, even though he's staying pretty even on damage value. There's some stories here that aren't getting told by just the damage value alone. Final chance for the Greenskins to win this game probably is Malagor is on the ground. Maybe you can surround him. Maybe you can kill him off. Centaurs dive in to offer him a little bit of space, but the Night Goblin Warboss is in. Does he have any of his nets or his rampages? There's the net, but Malagor might do the thing where he flies anyway. No, he gets knocked over by the Night Goblin Warboss, who is still in it. We have Orc Boy Spears coming back, so can the Greenskins actually snipe out Malagor, or will it not matter? Night Goblin Warboss T-posing on him for now. Unable to swing. Gets a little chomp in here and there. Does get some damage, and something just happened. Fists of Gork is out onto the Swamp Things, plus Spite of the Bad Moon. Incredible stat buff for them, so they are jacked right now. Malagor's still trying to get away. I know at the start of the game I said don't rampage him, but at this point, there you go. Rampage his ass. Bring him back into the fight, because he was about to fly away. And like I said, this is probably Incars' chance to win this game, is killing Malagor, because everything else is kind of going to shit. So maybe if you snipe Malagor, you can have leadership debuffs enough to take out the rest of the Beastmen army. But Malagor is just punking the Orc Shaman right now. He's 2v1ing, and he's winning! Fists of Gork buffed up. Swamp Trolls are not doing that well. River Trolls, whatever. They're not doing that well into Malagor. Malagor is going to get back up into the sky. In comes a Doom and Darkness, plus the Butchers of Calgard charging. There go the Swamp Things, and probably with them the Beastmen's chance, the Greenskins' chance of winning. We just have some Orc Boy Spears, etc. But Orc Shaman's at half HP, Night Goblin Warboss is full HP. Other than that, this is it. Alfredino has tons of archers left to keep shooting. That's going to be GG. Is this matchup even? It's slightly Beastman favored, but very slightly. The Spider Riders, I think, underperformed what Incars wanted out of them. Some of them got decent value, some really didn't. Spider Rider archers had a hard time getting damage out. Orc Boar Biggins got wrecked by Centaurs. Orc Aura Boys did okay. Orc Biggins struggled to find a real fight. Orc Spear Boys did nicely. I liked them. Oh, yeah. Malagor on the other side, 1100 value from just Flocka-Doomin. Doomin and Flockin. Centaurs did well. Centaurs Zinch did pretty well. Which Guard didn't get a lot of value, but they were what they needed to be. Greenskins are so bad at sniping via melee. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Greenskins are very good against multi-entity model things. They're pretty bad against all single entities, honestly. Even like dragons. I've rampaged dragons down into Orc Boar Biggins with all the buffs in the world, and the Orc Boar Boys still just lose. Alpha, do you know what up? One up. I'll be right back. Oi! Oi! I'm back. Holy smokes, it's Empire Corn again. That's pretty funny. How would you build against Beastmen? Probably 4 Orc Boar Boy Biggins, 4 Wolf Riders. Honestly, I've liked Wolf Riders more than Spider Riders. I feel like Spider Riders are honestly bugged. I can't fully define how they're bugged, but I feel like they're bugged. Spider Riders just don't get any damage out. I know their melee attack isn't very high. I know their weapon strength isn't very high. I get that, but I feel like even with that, you can pop Wah, you can pop Fists of Gork on them, and something just isn't quite right about those guys. So I feel like Wolf Riders do better. So Wolf Riders, Orc Boar Boys, and then I think a front line of Goblins is fine. Because neither of you is going to bring a very good front line, so who cares? And then the River Troll Swamp, the River Troll ROR was really good. I liked his caster and lord combo. So I just like honestly, I think his build is really solid. I just would switch the fighter riders for wolf riders. That's about it. Greenskin's got so much flack for being part of last DLC because it does on other factions need it more. Then the stuff they got isn't even that good and they're mid now. Satch. Damn. You're not wrong though, Grievin. You're not wrong. I was gone for a bit. I had to go to the bathroom and then grab a snack. Ugh. Corn is ready. Empire's figuring it out. Savage archers are good. They're alright versus beastmen. I do find orc armor boys are a little overrated where people talk about their melee prowess, and I'm like, I mean, they're okay at melee stuff, but they still lose to most things. Like, I swear my orcs get charged by dogs, and the dogs still kill them. My orc armor boys. So, people overhype it a little bit, but orc armor boys are still much better than goblins. So, they're worth the 125, 175 extra gold, depending if you go with savage or not. Fine. I heard greatswords do great against Khorne. Not anymore, Nicholas. Not anymore. Khorne's melee prowess has just ramped so hard that nothing can really stand up to them, and they often just end up getting kited. And I know I say that a lot, but it's still the truth. Just because I say it too many times doesn't mean I'm going to change my answer because it's more interesting. So Khorne almost never gets a straight fight anymore. They're way too jacked in melee for anyone to challenge them in that aspect. But they're also not that good against kite. They're not good at catching a lot of cavalry that quickly, so they can get kited, and most people try and do that. Can they catch kite? Yeah, technically. They're just a lot worse at catching kite than they are at murdering the absolute piss out of all your infantry. Inkar's dipped. Hopefully he'll be back in a second. He's typing. All right. He has to depart from the tournament. When you in lobby next, we are around. Inkar said something come up in real life, so he has to go. Which happens. So Alfredino will advance to the finals. We have Ash and Olaf fighting right now. I believe they're in game one, so whenever they get to game two, we'll join them. I believe they're currently fighting. And then finals will be Alfredino versus whoever. We have 2 series left, kind of like 1.5, honestly. I'll message Ash too, so it's not just on Olaf to see that. Okay. Okay. Ooh, Ash and Olaf are together. They're in the same chat. Hang on. If I join this, can you hear anything? No. Lit. All right, in a jank way, we're catching the end of game 1. Looks like it's Ash's Beastmen versus Kislev. This is from his perspective. He's streaming in a Discord chat I can see, so I deafened myself and joined so that no one feels awkward about being on stream. But looks like he has Malagor very healthy. His infantry are pretty much depleted, but he has a full health Gorgon. Oh, that's going to be a big problem for Kislev. Yeah, I don't know if they can handle that. They have Kislevite warriors left that can kind of do some damage to it. And Olaf and Ash are very close on damage value. But the Gorgon and the Butcher's healing is going to make that damage value a little inflated. Just a little bit. Though, on the other side, the Beastman bounce power is inflated because Malagor exists. Ooh, that's a good Flock of Doom. That's a really good Flock of Doom onto those Kislevite warriors. And the Gorgon is after that Ice Witch. Not about to let her go. So the Beastmen are running out of infantry. They're running out of support. If they can... if Kislev can stall and keep cycling, yeah, like this, she's running through the Kislevite warriors to force the Gorgon onto all those halberds, and Buyer Blood is getting popped for some of them, but the Gorgon can path straight through him, and he is going to get hits on the Ice Witch every so often. You can see her HP is getting very low. Damage value is crazy close. It looks like this was quite a close game, but it also looks like it is wrapping up. Does not seem like the Gorgon can be stopped, and Malagor has Winds of Magic. We can see in the bottom right-hand side that he has 9 Winds of Magic. Malagor still has, it looks like a Flock of Doom or 2 that he can keep casting on those infantry, and Kislev's infantry is all that's keeping him in this game. The Gorgon is taking a ton of damage. We can see that's what Kislev wanted. They wanted to bait the Gorgon onto those halberds, and the halberds did great work, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this point looking at the state of the game. If the Gorgon traps are in right now for Ash, could knock her out. There is army losses proccing, so he just has to wait out the Buyer Blood passive, and he's going to win from this point. GG, Ash. GG's. There. So we'll hop in on game 2. Looks like Ash is up 1-0. Who has the cat profile pic? That's Ash. So we'll be joining a lobby in a second. We saw their game was just wrapping up. Oh, I'm just hanging out with Alfredino. That's my bad. What's the lobby normally for Ash? Taylor Swift took the fortress. That's not them. That doesn't seem like them. Cringe. Cringe might be them. Let's get the scorecard up. Battle type land battles, refresh the list. I would guess meh. That's a minor settlement battle. Calamity again with the Skyla nonsense. Where their lobby? Is it just one? Nah, no spectator slot. Can't be one. Clearly, Human Boy should be in the finals. The only reason he isn't is because his fat boy fell over. Dude, that was a good game. That was a really good game. I can't believe he got shanked and fell down. Son of a biscuit. It was the one lobby. I was actually right about that, but it didn't have a spectator slot. Okay, we're in. Ash is on the left-hand side, so I can keep the 1 there. I just got to update this to Ash 07. On the other side, we have Olaf the Moose, who has been quite popular on stream today. We will see if he can come back against Ash. Looks like game one was very close. He's definitely not out of it. One of these two. Ah! I hit the microphone. That's my bad if that made a loud sound. Anyway, one of these two will go to face Alfredino in the finals. We have up to 2 games left in this best of 3. We have up to 3 games left in the final. So maximum of 5 games, minimum of 3 games left in the day. And 3 extremely top tier players left. Olaf, Ash, Alfredino. Any of them could take this. How was a hero a throw picking campaign? Literally impossible until now. They're still hovering Beastman and Kislev, as we saw as we hopped into their stream. So we know that they haven't picked any new factions yet. What about Inkars? Inkars had to go in real life. Inkars had other things to do, unfortunately, so he had to drop. Skyla and Carrie are 2 things not used in the same sentence ever. Wow. Never? Never is a long time, my brother. Never is a long time. They may come where Beastmen stop taking Malgor, Flock of Doom, and a million Centaurs, but it is not this day! Dude, yeah. Well, Matt, there's a reason everybody takes it. Centaurs are crazy strong after they got changed. There's a patch that changed them to being an ellipse instead of a circle model, and ellipses are way better at gathering up and hitting something. Flock of Doom is just overtuned right now for punishing anything. It should probably be re-kitted to do more damage to infantry and not cavalry. And then it's like, yes, it is a box-breaking spell that deserves to do that, but it also doesn't just kill cavalry for no reason. Waiting 2 hours to get a match and then had to back out. Didn't even get to nap. Yeah. Well, we had some slow pokes in the bracket here and there. Happens. Not a whole lot you can do. Still on Beastman Kislev as I was looking at some other things. So it looks like they're still in their pick ban. Not criticizing, just saying that if you are popping in now and you're like, ooh, Beastman versus Kislev. Yeah, we caught the end of that matchup. It's not the next one. Bam. Badam. Badam. Bam bam. In real life, maybe. Calamity. In real life, maybe. Skyla came to his house, knocked him off his computer. Security updates improvements for your phone. You want us to take over your phone? You want to never be able to unlock your phone again? Let us update our apps. Yeah, right, Android. I'm on to you. An update is just the government trying to steal my phone from me. Use the AoE rampage. He doesn't need AoE to rampage just in cars. Feels like overkill. Feels like overkill. Anybody who's up to date on the Turin stream, is he streaming Civilizations again, or is he streaming Warhammer? And if you are up to date on the Turin streams, are his Civilization streams any good? And if you're up to date on the Turin streams, is his Mountain Blade Bannerlord mod pack stream any good? And if you're up to date on the Turin streams, did he talk about me? Because he's not answering my texts. I say, hey, you up? He doesn't answer. I say, hey, you asleep? He doesn't answer. I say, hey, cutie, with a little winky face. He doesn't answer. Lame, dude. He's doing a Dom tourney today. Hog. Based on fleek. As a Civ player, Civ 7 is so ass. Why? I don't disagree. I haven't played it at all. But why is it terrible? I'm curious. Ash finally pops over to Tomb Kings. Looks like, yep, Tomb Kings Dark Elves. This is another classic matchup. Like Ogres, Tomb Kings is very popular. Tomb Kings Dark Elves is also very popular. Both factions incredibly strong. So we'll see what they end up taking. Dark Elves rely heavily on Cold One Knights to win this matchup. Cold One Knights have also gotten the Ellipse buffs similar to the Beastmen Centaurs, which is why every game you see 4 Cold One Knights. Same reason you see Centaurs all the time. Elliptical models are just really, really good. Peaceful Romancer with the 20 SEK. Empire won once, right? Lobby W is a real W. Yes. Peaceful Romancer. Yes. Easy. Easy W. Dark Elves are ready. I am going to lose my goddamn mind. And I just need you all to know this. Civ was never my brand of paint the map. But it's sad to see it done so poorly for your buddies. I fell off at Civ 4. Like, okay, well, Civ 5 is the one I didn't play. I played a lot of Civ 4. But I really liked the finality of Civ 4's combat, where it's like, you find something and one of the 2 units is going to die. Civ 5 went to like the whole incremental damage thing, and that just wasn't as much my jam. I don't think it's objectively wrong, right? It just wasn't for me, where it's like, oh, I liked bashing 2 armies together, and in one turn, one of them is dead. That's all. Okay. Checking in on the builds. Dark Elves mixing it up a little bit, have most of their build ready. Ash had to restart his builds. He cleared it at one point, but he's back in it. Almost lost his mind. What else new? Hey, Jep. Lobby is versus multiple people. True FFA win. Yes. Changing civs constantly. I didn't know you had to change civs constantly. Why would you do that? That's really stupid. That's really dumb. No, don't do that. Civilization game is all about building my civilization to be the best I can be. I don't want to get like transported across the world to do other civs. It seems dumb. But maybe I don't understand what you're saying because I haven't played this game or watched it, so. But just in concept, just telling me that I have to switch civs mid-game sounds really dumb. Ash is mostly ready here. No gold left to spend unless they sell something to get more gold elsewhere. Other side, Dark Elves. A couple hundred gold left here. Chevrons or flip units around. Because the leaders and the civs are separate. Odd. I don't like that. Olaf readies up. Ash is going to ready up. Soon. Do it. Do it, you coward. You won't. You won't ready up. You never will. Ah, Olaf unreadied. Ash took too long and now Olaf's out. And now Ash is selling things too. Both these players redoing their builds. No! Oh, Grievin, that's weird. Yeah, Calamity, that's not as bad as what I was thinking, but that's still pretty weird. Olaf got it to a 0 gold spend. I think that's what he was going for. Ash is back at a 5 gold spend. And Ash refuses to accept defeat on 5 gold. Ash is ready. Olaf unreadies to switch his flag. Ash unreadies to switch his flag. Olaf unreadies to switch his flag. Then Ash re-readies and he unreadies to ready and ready. And then they're both ready. And now they unready to switch their flags and we're into game. Okay, so I'm going to lose my mind. Why do we have triple Necropolis Knights with Halberds? I feel like I constantly tell you people this unit is bad. And then I see this unit and I'm like, well, maybe it's not bad. And then it's terrible. Why do we have 3 of them? I hate Necropolis Knights Halberds. I think they're the worst things that have ever existed. I think they're just complete garbage. So, I don't know. I don't believe. I think we're going to game. I think we're going to game 3. This is there. Thanks, Jeopardy. I'm glad somebody gets it. Just like the combat is Civ 4. 3 Necro Knights. I think Necro Knights are cool. Do you think they're cool or that they're good? Because it's different. They're very cool. They're not very good. Ash got dropped from the game for having too many Necro Knights. That is just classic. It's classic triple Necro Knight behavior. Ash is patient 0 of people liking Necro Knights. Well, then he's gonna lose. I guess maybe 2 bolt throwers is enough to keep him in the game. And the fact that his opponent took Rakarth. I was gonna mention that, but then we got booted. Just a bad way to go about it. For Civ, yeah. Ignoring lore and tabletop, what would you add to an eventual Tomb King's VP DLC since they haven't gotten content since release? I would honestly let the Vampire Coast have Solastra's Ghost Knights as a unit you can recruit. So I would do that for the coast. For the coast, I would also like an upgraded mortar, an upgraded carronade, like one you could pay more money and get better results out of. And then I would like more depth guard variants. Or more elite depth guard. Something like that. Like the Admiral's, the Admiral's Guard, and then it's like chosen level of infantry. I think those could be fine. The coast has plenty of shooting and plenty of shooting diversity. They just need better and more diverse artillery, and they could use some cavalry of some kind, besides just dogs. So I'd go with those, personally. As for the Tomb Kings need more elite infantry than Tomb Guard. They also could use some mid-tier infantry besides just Nakar warriors, so maybe some stocked Vanguard infantry, like Sand Assassins or something, you know, whatever. So like 600 gold stocked Vanguard units. They could use knights that aren't Necropolis Knights and terrible. Now, I know they didn't, you know, that's kind of their whole point is their heavy cav is these weird snakes, but that doesn't really do it for me. So, I mean, I could still appreciate some undead knights for the Tomb Kings, but in case that's not the vibe we're going for, I feel like the Sand Assassins or Sand Stalkers is fine. They could use a snake single entity. Just take the Quaddle model that's in the air and put it on the ground and give it similar like slithering animations. But A snake SEM could be pretty fun. I'd like that. I'd enjoy that quite a lot. As for the rest, you know the Goblin Hewer? I kind of want Ushapti Goblin Hewers. Like Ushaptis that just chuck those little, crap, I used to know the term for it, but the moon blade sickles they have. They just whip those out at extreme speed with high damage until you get into melee with them at short range, obviously. I think that would be fun for a Ushapti variant. So you have Ushapti Great Bows, you have Ushapti Regular, and then you have Ushapti parentheses Goblin Hewer or whatever, and they just like, you know, if you get close to them and aren't in melee for some reason, they just shing, 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 and you're like, Jesus, okay, I get it, I'm coming, I'm getting into melee. Kopesh, yeah, they just chuck Kopeshes at him, like, but like, you gotta think fast, like Goblin Hewer fast, just like, choo, 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 choo. Depth Guard Pistols or Sea Serpent Riders, yeah, that could be fun. Ushapti Great Weapons from Jepardu. Depth Guard should get a stat and cost increase, very true, Depth Guard are extremely underwhelming. I like seeing them similar to Aspiring Champions, goodish units. Are you talking about the depth guard I was talking about? Give me just good melee Ushapti. Current melee Ushapti are actually very good in melee Vertical Cliff. I know their stats don't show it, but in practice, melee Ushapti actually do insane value. I mean, we have 2 of them this game, so we'll see. But melee Ushapti are actually crushing it right now in the meta. Okay, so you know how we were loading in last time and I ranted about Necropolis Knights being bad? It should be a free Dark Elf win, right? In theory, but then we took goddamn Rakarth on a dragon. So I feel like I'm getting double trolled. What's worse, triple Necropolis Knight Halberd or Rakarth on a dragon? Rakarth on a dragon isn't that terrible, but he is pretty bad versus Tomb Kings in my head. Which I haven't seen this, so maybe there's some secret tech, but I feel like the Necropolis Knights are going to surround him and beat him up. I feel like the Chosen of the Gods will have a good time shooting at him. Regular Ushapti, regular Sepulchral Stalkers would also have a good time shooting at him, and the Necrosphinx ROR would also beat the piss out of Rakarth, so I don't know what he's for. Now, thankfully for him, only one of those things is here, the Chosen of the Gods, and we'll see how he does versus Necropolis Knights, but if the ROR Sphinx was here, he couldn't land. Is it bad stats or jank? Necropolis Knights, what's holding them back is a lot of jank. I feel like they just don't do as much damage as their stats would indicate. 32, 37 with a significant bonus versus large seems like it'd be really good. And I feel like they just kind of clump up and don't get a lot of damage out, so that makes them kind of tanky, but I usually want something more out of a 1400 gold monstrous cav unit than kind of tanky. Anyway, on the inside for the Dark Elves, it is a more meta build, more straightforward, more common. Rakarth is the only thing here that's throwing me for a loop. He is on Brachus, his dragon. He does have Beast Lord's Gaze, Beast Slaver, and then, of course, Breath Attacks. But otherwise, we have a front line of Bleak Swords, pretty standard. 4 Cold One Knights, they're very strong. 1 Dark Shard, 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers, and a Sorceress of Fire with Burning Head. Some Dread Spears on the side. This is all pretty standard stuff. Bolt Throwers are pretty good at counter-firing against Ushapti Great Bows and forcing the Tomb Kings to come into you. Now, looking how the Dark Elves see that there's only one ranged unit, it's the Chosen of the Gods, they are opting to fire at the melee Ushapti for now, since you don't have to shoot the skirmish units to get them to come fight you. This whole Tomb Kings build is just going to rush you. You still might want to shoot the Chosen of the Gods, and it looks like they are now that the Chosen of the Gods have gotten into range, just because you don't want them firing for free onto your Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights and any cavalry in general take so much damage from the spread shot. As the Cold One Knights start to dodge away, they still take a bit of poke on the back, and they do need to get out of here. Cetra is going to charge in for free, but this might be an overextension from Ash. He's about to get rear charged by a dragon that'll block him into all those Cold One Knights. This could be a disaster for Cetra the Imperishable, who is trying to get away into these Bleak Swords for now. They can't offer too much damage onto him. They're not Dread Spears or anything like that. And the Cold One Knights, unfortunately for the Dark Elves, are doing the dumb thing where sometimes they decide just to not surround a single entity. Instead, they'll walk alongside it and do nothing. So that is a big problem for the Dark Elves, that they just decided to walk next to Cetra instead of surrounding him. Carrion already deleted off the battlefield, and the Necropolis Knights, Beast Slaver and Beast Lord's Gaze popped onto Rakarth, giving him good stats as he is trying to chase down these Necropolis Knights. But again, he is just walking with them. He's not getting good attacks as they move. Elsewhere, Cold Knights are going to isolate these melee Ushapti, who have extended past their skeletons. They're trying to retreat now, but they will take a quick rear charge from the Cold Knights. Might take a little bit of damage. but it won't be too bad overall as we hit a spot of lag. No one better drop again. Damage values are ticking up. Things are moving slowly. Though I worry when things stop that abruptly. I'm always like, is it a crash? Is it a crash? Burning Head going through 2 skeletons. If it curves right, if it doesn't curve or curves wrong like that, it's going to go straight through the Dark Elves. Disaster for Olaf as the head curves into his formation, rather into the enemies. That's pretty unlucky. Still overall good Burning Head as it didn't do that much damage to his Bleak Swords, but he really wanted more out of it than that. Cetra is locked down in Cold Knights. Necropolis Knights are still trying to get in there. They're down to 1/3 HP. We have another one that's AFK outside the formation, and a final one that is in a fight with Cold Knights. Now, Murderous Prowess has to be procced for the Dark Elves. They need it so badly. Their front line is starting to fall apart. They need that extra leadership. Same with the Cold Knights, who really need it. There is that leadership just in time. Only one Bleak Sword routed. All the rest are still in the fight, and the Golden Knights will stay in this fight for a lot longer. Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance trying to hurt them, as Cetra side charges down these Reaper Bolt throwers who are shooting at the Chosen of the Gods. Trying to get those guys nice and low. One Necropolis Knight is about dead. Another one's full HP trying to join the fight as Olaf the Moose and his Dark Elves are ahead on the balance of power for now, but we have a lot of ranged units that if they get shut down, that balance of power will even up right quick. Ushapti summon out. Temporary buff here for the Tomb Kings. Is that regular Ushapti that is real is going to get hunted down by Dark Riders. It's so low they can get it crumbling, and then they should be able to bail out this Dark Shard. Meanwhile, only 50 seconds left on the Cold Ones getting that Murderous Prowess buff. Big breath attack in onto the healthy Necropolis Knight. Just a little bit of poke, not too crazy much. And Rakarth, I wonder if he dives onto Cetra or what he is going to do with his time. Dark Elf frontline is holding for now. Some aspects of it are coming back to aid in the backline fight as well. Another Burning Head is through. One skeleton fades away. Another one's about to die as well. And the other one tries to dodge away from something, but ends up running into the Burning Head for Ash. So that's actually very unfortunate. A lot of the Tomb King's infantry is dead and gone. Now, if you take out the Ushapti that's full HP back there, he's fake. He's not real. This is getting very scary for the Tomb Kings. Necropolis Knight almost dead. This Necropolis Knight is at 2/3 HP. Cetra's at half HP. And then we have another Ushapti at nearly full HP. Not the fake one. Chosen Gods still firing. Still have 6 out of 12 models. So a good amount of damage as the Dark Shards pour fire into the Necropolis Knight's Halberds. Doing a lot of damage to those guys. Necropolis Knight Halberds, what are you doing for value? Yeah, 450. That's about what I expected. I think you're trash. For the Dark Elves, the only thing that should concern you is that they are out of Cold One Knights, so they're down to just infantry and Rakarth. And I mean, that could lead to a late game situation where a bunch of Necropolis Knights, Halberds, and Ushapti surround Rakarth and beat him to death. It is possible. It's not likely at this point. It is possible as Dark Riders return to the battle. Cetra keeps getting poked in the back by Rakarth, who just refuses to let him go. Chosen the Gods ignore the Bleak Swords, and the Bleak Swords eventually rout of their own volition. As Cetra is trying to shut down Dark Shards, he is getting hit with Dragon Breath attacks in the back constantly, as Rakarth with his impressive stat line is just going to hit Cetra over and over and over again. It'll be a pretty quick and decisive victory for Olaf the Moose at this point. 5 minutes into the game, and army losses is going to hit for the Tomb Kings any second now. The Ushapti fake summon is gone. Melee Ushapti on the low ground. 900 value for something that only costs, I think they also only cost 900, so they paid for themselves. Hot take, I'm betting the Ushapti got more value than the Necropolis Knights. Overcast will send Cetra to the pits. I think he's about to start crumbling. There he goes. Dark Riders stop the Ushapti Great Bows from firing. Brachus just needs to fight, get a couple hits on the Necropolis Knights, and there they go. Army losses for the Tomb Kings. Dark Elves win. All right, melee Ushapti, 1,000 value, 400 value. 1,100 for Necropolis Knight, 800, and 1,100. Ah, they beat the melee Ushapti in value by just a little bit. Skeleton Horsemen, Skeleton Warriors didn't get a lot of value out, but that's kind of not their point. Ushapti Great Bows did fine. Cetra did okay. On the other side for Rakarth, he hunted down Cetra and did his job, so Rakarth actually performed admirably well. Dark Shards did okay. Dread Spears and Bleak Swords did fine. Reaper Bolt Throwers did fine-ish, and Cold Knights did fine. A lot of Dark Elf stuff just doing fine. All kind of shared the love, shared the value. We're going to game 3. 1-1. How long have we been streaming? 4.5 hours? That is a long time. Some of these best of threes have taken a long time. Which is weird, because games themselves don't tend to take that long. So it's just a lot of pick and ban thinking, I guess. Army compositions. Oy, 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 oy. Alfredino waits in the final. Forever wins this next game. One way or the other, we will have a victor. These guys prepare for game 3. You guys are talking about mods? Yuck. Mods are icky. What do I think the last game will be? I mean, Ash went back on his Slanesh versus Green one, so I wonder if he's aiming for a Slanesh angle here. He could. Very on brand for him. Olaf hasn't gotten to play as Grand Cathay versus Ash yet. Though I don't know if Ash wants to play Slanesh versus Grand Cathay. I think that's still a little suspect for Slanesh these days. I wonder who will get their main. I don't know what Ash really plays outside of Tomb Kings and Slanesh. I don't know all their mains that well. Game 1, they clearly played Beastmen. I don't know. Olaf, I know, plays a lot of Grand Cathay. Apparently Kislev, too, because he played that earlier as well. But no Cathay this series, could be banned. I agree, Meow Meow is icky. Oh, wow. Dude, I agree. Reminder, Necronites are almost 1.5k gold. Yeah, none of them got that close to paying for themselves, unfortunately. And then my stream chat's just becoming a mod chat. You. Vanilla game for life. Vanilla game only. Vanilla game forever. Still hovering Tomb King's Dark Elves, so they haven't figured out new factions yet. I guess I'll talk about something unrelated to fill time. Yo, Star Wars Battlefront 2, here's the thing. Star Wars Battlefront 1 was better entirely because you can go prone. In Battlefront 2, you can only crouch. Battlefront 1, you can go prone. And that is dank. We love that. Also, the hard AI on Battlefront 1, I actually lose games sometimes if I'm not hard cheesing. Like if I avoid cheese but play the best I can, sometimes I'll lose to the hard AI because my AI are so terrible. That's how the difficulty scales. Battlefront 2, there's elite and there's normal. And the elite AI I've like literally never lost to in my entire life. Even when I was a child. Never lost to them. They're just way easier than the Battlefront 1 ones. Which, of course, the Battlefront 1 AI is made stronger just by making your AI worse than the enemies. But still, it's fun. It's fun to have a desperate struggle as your AI units suck balls and die. I also think the Galactic Conquest was less good in Battlefront 2. It was more complicated, but also less good. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But I feel like you could get these like capital ships and roam around and stuff, but it felt very snowbally. There didn't feel like there was a lot of comeback mechanic. Once you or the AI gets 4 or 5 fleets, you're just picking so many battles in so many places, it's hard to stay in the game. Olaf the Moose hovers Slanesh. It's not a faction I typically associate with him. Is Cathay doing really poorly right now, or do a lot of players just not prefer them? A lot of players don't prefer them. Cathay isn't doing poorly, they're just, in most people's opinion, kind of boring. So, because they're not OP. If I had to ask you about the recent Odyssey song in Animaniacs Epic, the musical, I don't know anything about that, Sir Catbeard. Anyway, if they're not OP, which Cathay is not overpowered right now, they're fine. They're strong, but they're not OP. Once people run out of the OP factions when they're tryharding, they'll go to their comfort or their mains. And for that, you need to play a faction a lot. And there's not a lot of people that play enough Cathay because they're boring. Which, you know, it's subjective. So if you don't think they're boring, they're not boring, but a lot of people do. So then not a lot of people main them. So when they're out of the meta, when they're not a top tier faction, not a lot of people want to fall back on Cathay because they haven't played a lot of them because they get bored. Because Cathay does do a lot of boxes, a lot of their builds are pretty slow, things like that. And Cathay doesn't have the love the dwarves do, where the dwarves have boxes and the dwarves are pretty slow and all that stuff, but at least the dwarves have a lot of character, and there's a lot of people who just like dwarves, like the concept of dwarves. And no matter how the dwarves are implemented in games, people would play them, that kind of thing. Cathay doesn't have that kind of fan base. They don't have those passionate, diehard fans. It looks like we might be getting a Wood Elf mirror for Game 3. Huh. Okay. Wood Elf mirrors can be pretty explosive. Neither side is very tanky. I wonder who will go with what strategies. Could do full Vanguard Rush. Could do Durthu, part of that, or part of a regular push with Durthu. Could do Way Watchers, could do Glade Guard. Skirmish Cav or full heavy Cav with like Stag Knights and Wild Riders. Could try air stuff. The Hawk Riders have been terrible for a long time. So maybe air isn't as likely, but I guess Sisters of the Twilight could be a thing. Drycha, Durthu, Sisters of the Twilight, or just an Archmage, or a Spellweaver, or whatever the hell the Wood Elf version is called. I don't know. The mirror has a lot of ways you could go, because there's a lot of Wood Elf units that are solid. It's kind of why Wood Elves are so strong right now. Wood Elves are strong in a very different way than, like, Tomb Kings are strong. Well, Tomb Kings isn't a good example, because they're also pretty diverse. But there are factions who are strong where you know exactly what's coming. Slaanesh, that's it. Fiends, Seekers, Rampage, you know what's coming. Slaanesh is still strong, even though you know those things are coming. Wood Elves are strong because they have a bunch of stuff that's fine. So then you have to prepare for a lot of things. Triple Waywatcher is solid, but you need to prepare for Triple Waywatcher very differently than you need to prepare for Glade Guard push. Very differently than you need to prepare for full Vanguard nonsense. So, Wood Elves have a lot of options. I am a number one Slaanesh fan. Olaf, I didn't know that about you. I never see you play them. I see you play Cathay. Best Battlefront game is Renegade Squadron. Never heard of it. For People Gamer, a lot of sympathy for some reason. Neil really wants Ash to win. We'll see. Oh my god, I figured it out. Ash and Olaf are so cruel. So you know how Alfredino's an old man? That's objective, right? He's like 70 years old. Alfredino's an old man. He's also an old French man. It is so late at night in France right now. These two are trying to draw kite Alfredino out. They're going to game 3. Ash took triple Necropolis Knights to make us go to game 3 to make this series last as long as possible. They're really trying to draw it out. And now they're going to do double triple Waywatcher, counter kite each other, and make it last so long that Alfredino falls asleep at his computer and gets disqualified. I'm on to you two, and that's pretty messed up. You can't just do that. You can't do that to him. No. You can't do that to poor Alfredino. That's not nice to do. You can't do that to him. The plot unravels at last. You can't sneak anything past old human boy. So you know, behind the blocker, Ash just blanked his entire build. He had a whole build, 0 gold spend, he just blanked it. So I think I'm onto something. I think he's gonna intentionally... He's gonna build his build 1 gold at a time. Just wait Alfredino out. It's 12:30 here. Don't listen to his ramblings. I mean, 12:30 is pretty late if you're 75 years old. Yeah. Looks like a Wood Elf mirror is decided. No one's just hovering anything anymore. They've actually picked these. These factions. They're figuring it out. Ash has a new build all prepped. Olaf is now reconsidering some of his life choices. About ready. I like one of these builds a lot more than the other one. Both builds are about ready unless anybody feels like blanking their build again. But one of these is far superior, in my opinion. Oh, this has been a long day. Woke up, made content, worked out, long stream. Then I gotta go make dinner. Then I got friends later. Long day. Olaf's still considering some adjustments to his build. Ash did end up redoing their build. How much of an impact do chevrons actually have? Not much, to be honest. Not much. There's very niche situations that are good, but like in general, no. Ash is back, ready to go. Olaf has a couple hundred gold to spend. Can they do it? Can they build a build? Maybe. They're trying really hard. Bump. Do you main Joey or Chandler? Honestly, those are the two good choices. Out of the Friends cast, I only really find Joey or Chandler funny. I probably find Chandler the most funny out of the six, but Joey's great. Joey's also handsome, which helps. Both sides ready up. Did Ash settle on that build? Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. I don't like Way Watchers at all in this matchup here. I don't believe in it. I infinitely prefer what Olaf is doing. And if I remember correctly, Olaf and Ash have both been in and out of the chat, so I don't know if they can hear me right now. But I swear Olaf was considering the build Ash currently has. Like, he was going to go triple Way Watcher. I don't think Durthu, but he's going to go triple Way Watcher, and Ash was sitting on like 1 billion Glade Guard. And then at some point they switched who was doing what build. But I vastly prefer the mass amount of Glade Guard. You have Starfire Shafts, which do armor piercing and fire damage, which are double effective versus Durthu. So I don't really like Durthu as a Lord in this matchup in general. I think Way Watchers can deal with him. Starfire Shafts can deal with him quite easily. So Wood Elves have good tools to shoot Durthu instead of just fighting him. And then Way Watchers are difficult because I feel like they'll get counter-fired by Wood Elf archers quite nicely. And Wood Elves have a lot of light cavalry that can run the Way Watchers down. So between the two builds, I would way rather be Olaf. We'll see. I guess if Ash wins, that'll make his win that much more impressive. But on paper, I don't see how he's going to clutch this out. We aren't friends. We aren't Hummus's only parasocial friends. I have high school friends. So for the builds, we were kind of talking about it before. Olaf has Wild Riders, Glade Riders, and then Dryads and Eternal Guard mixed frontline, so a lot of infantry frontline. And then 8 Glade Guards, some with Hagbane tips, some with Starfire Shafts, some regular. We do have Drycha as well for a cheap caster lord, Pitishades, Melkots, and her summon. On the other side, for Ash, a very small build, low model count. Durthu and a bunch of Dryads backed up by Wild Riders, double Way Watcher, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Durthu does have Sword of Daith and Flock of Doom. Who is Ash and when to become such a top tier player? They're a relatively new addition to the scene, just ground out a ton of games and got better with every, better with every game. Just putting in the time. Good micro. Knows what the meta factions are. Generally plays the meta factions quite well. Like you said you were on the swim team. Swimmers don't have friends. They have fins. All right, you're just being silly. Alfredino's typing me right now. It's not possible. He can't possibly be going to bed. All right, Dryads starting the Vanguard. The enemy force also starts the Vanguard as an unholy amount of arrows just fly out on these Dryads right away. Half HP off one, a third off another. Glade Guard and Glade Guard Starfire Shafts getting shots out. Way Watchers taking damage. So that's okay. Okay. Durthu gets a Sword of Daith onto 3 Glade Guard. Will the Glade Guard just stand and shoot? We do have Eternal Guard in the back that need to be moved towards the front, though it does look like there's actually Wild Riders going around the side, so they do have to deal with that eventually. Way Watchers getting shot by the other archers is something I was quite concerned about. And Durthu is in there. Wraiths of the Eternal Guard, Wraiths of the Frozen Heart, sorry, fighting alongside Durthu against Malevolent Dryad summoned from Drycha. Drycha's in there fighting those guys. Olaf is very far ahead on damage value this early on, 1,000 already, so he's done 50% more damage than his opponent at this point. But Durthu is spamming out Flocks of Dooms and Sword of Dates as fast as he can. He is routing off a lot of units, so it's not for nothing. Way Watchers in the background have lost a couple models here and there. Still doing good for now. There's a Dryad nearby, though, that's going to have to continue to kite as they shoot the Glade Guard with Hagbane Tips as they retreat. How are the Glade Guard doing? We have 3 healthy Glade Guard left. We started with 8, 1.5 minutes transpired, and we're down to 3. So Wood Elves versus Wood Elves is apparently a very explosive matchup. As Durthu's full HP wanders away from Drycha to go help the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, who are currently bogged down in Eternal Guard, Wild Riders, and Glade Guard. So they're having a bad time. If Durthu has another Sword of Daith, Flock of Doom combo we could throw down right here, that would be of great help. There's the Flock of Doom. Melkoth's out from Drycha onto the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, but so far it's just a Flock of Doom. Durthu uses his Terror to rout off these other Wild Riders and pushes them away. But Olaf is pretty far ahead on the balance of power, and I would tend to agree, as the Way Watchers are now just being forced to shoot at Dryads as they run for their lives. That is rather difficult. Durthu's getting shot. If Olaf can get some of these archers away, he is trying to pat them away. If he can get them to safety, bog Durthu down in spears and get the archers to shoot him from various angles, that will be very beneficial. For the blue team, we just have the 2 half-health Way Watchers. Everything else for them is entirely attritioned out. They don't really have Dryads anymore. They just have Durthu. For Olaf, we have 3 healthy spears. We have a couple healthy-ish archers that can probably kite away and probably shoot up at Durthu. Blade Guard with Hangbane Tips firing up and over the side. Nice job killing off those Wild Riders. Other Glade Guard are firing in. Their Hagbane Tips. Durthu also... Ooh. Yeah, he is hard countered by Wood Elves, actually. Because he has physical resistance, which Glade Guard, Hagbane Tips, and Starfire Shafts have magic damage. Now, they don't have magic damage when they're too close to him. Durthu has an aura that gets rid of magic damage, but they're archers, so if they get far enough away, they would have fire armor-piercing magic damage missiles, which is messed up to shoot at Durthu. That is so mean. But even then, these other Glade Guard with Hagbane Tips, their magic damage is applying from a distance, so they're getting good damage out onto Durthu. Durthu is bleeding out pretty hard. Ash is very far behind the balance of power, and I would definitely agree. We just have 2 Way Watchers left, as even Durthu is pretty much dead. So now, can 2 Way Watchers kill an entire Wood Elf build? I think not. Drycha overcast something somewhere for some reason. It was to get extra range onto those Dryads so that Melkoths could hit them, the Glade Guard could be secured. Army losses hits, and it is a quick win for Olaf the Moose. And you know, at the start of the game where I started to say some weird things that didn't make sense, but then the game started, so I had to refocus on the game. They successfully did it! They draw kited out Alfredino! He has to go to bed! It's 1 a.m. in France and he has to work in the morning. They did it! But I won't let them get away with this, chat. I'll have to message Olaf the Moose to just play Alfredino at a different date offline. So I will cast that as a standalone video, Olaf versus Alfredino. It will get cast. You will not get cheated, but that will be the end of the stream today. We leave on a cliffhanger as Olaf the Moose goes to fight Alfredino. it is very late. I do understand that. And it's not crucial. It's not crucial that it gets played tonight. So I'll message Olaf. I'm pretty sure he's also on that side of the world, so I'm sure he also would rather go to bed than do a best of 3 with Alfredino. That could take a little while. So I'll message the players. We'll get this done as a separate video, don't you worry. But I was onto something. People were like, Human Boy, you're stupid. Human Boy, you're dumb. But they did it. They successfully got the old man to go to bed. Can't pull a fast one on Human Boy, though. I will make you play him just at a later date. All right, everybody. It's getting pretty late here, too. I have to get dinner going if I'm going to make it to my gaming session on time. So that's also why when Alfredino was like, I need to go to bed, I was like, fair. I also have things to be doing, so we'll do this at a later date. Let's raid Turin. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Go say hi to Turin. And make sure to make this work for me. So if you go to Turin's stream, make sure to be like, hey, Human Boy sent us. Anybody watching Turin right now should watch Human Boy in the future. Do that. Redirect privilege is needed. Ask Turin to add to their live redirect list. No, Turin, did you turn it on, but then you didn't? Damn it. Turin turned on streaming, but he needs to add me to the people that can raid him, because I think he probably turned on the setting where not everyone that exists can raid him, just select people. All right. Tequila Sunset is not streaming either, so there's no one to raid. I'll just type Warhammer 3 and see if anybody is raidable in this whole game. I can raid myself. I can raid PZA. We'll raid PZA. He seems like a good guy. All right, bye, everybody. I gotta go. Bye. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Raid Turin? I tried to. He doesn't have it turned on in a correct way. I'll deal with it later.